Welcome back to day 2 of our pre-Expo Space Week. Without further ado, I would like to invite our panelists to take the virtual stage for a session that will provide a window into the UAE's past, present, and future legacy of space exploration and discovery. Leading this discussion will be Fatma Al-Balushi, who is a Senior Associate at Expo 2020 and is also on the shortlist for the UAE Astronaut Program. Fatma, over to you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to the UAE Space Landscape panel discussion for the pre-Expo Space Week at Expo 2020 Dubai. And thank you for dedicating your time to join us today. I'm Fatma Al-Balushi, a Senior Associate at Expo 2020 Dubai and a Youth Council member with the Federal Youth Authority. I have graduated as an aerospace engineer from Khalifa University. In 2018, I was appointed as the first impact facilitator for the Middle East region to the Youth Assembly. I'm currently shortlisted as a candidate for the UAE Astronaut Program, and I'm honored to be your moderator today. Please allow me first to introduce our distinguished speakers. Mr. Fahad Al-Mheri, Executive Director of Space Sector at UAE Space Agency. Dr. Ilyas Fernini, Vice Director General for Research and Scientific Projects at Sharjah Academy for Astronomy, Space Sciences and Technology. Ms. Fatma Al-Hajari, Vice President of Products and Solutions Engineering at Yahsat, the UAE's leading satellite services operator. And Mr. Imran Sharaf, Project Director of Emirates Mars Mission at Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. Today, we are honored to have 4 outstanding leaders in the space and research sector to discuss the space landscape of the UAE. Later, we will try to allocate around 10 minutes for an open Q&A session, allowing you to put forward your questions. So, without further ado, I would like to begin our panel discussion and welcome our panelists. Thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you.
So the UAE has accomplished outstanding achievements in the space sector, regionally and globally in a record time. Mr. Fahad, how does the investments in the space sector contribute to achieving the goals of the UAE?
Well, firstly, thank you so much, Fatma, for inviting us to this pre-Expo Space Week. It's truly a pleasure to be here today and to be able to participate and contribute to this panel discussion on the UAE space landscape. Fatma, you're right. The UAE has definitely captured the hearts and minds of the world when you think about achievements in the space sector. We're blessed to have the wise leadership of our country understand the importance of space. And it has not only started recently, but dates back to 1976, when the UAE was just 5 years old at the time, where our late father, His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, may God rest his soul, was already looking to the stars. He met with 3 astronauts from the Apollo 17 mission. And a fact also not to go unmentioned that the meeting was actually brokered by American-Egyptian NASA scientist Farouk Al-Baz, who I had the pleasure of meeting virtually just 2 nights ago. And coincidentally, he is actually the current director of the Center for Remote Sensing at Boston University, the university I graduated from as a mechanical engineer. But I digress, So since that time, the vision of space was born, and now more than 4 decades later, the vision has turned into reality. The UAE is now part of an elite handful of countries to have launched a mission to Mars. Today, the UAE, USA, and China are all on their way to Mars, and I'm sure that the EMM mission's project director, Imran Sharaf, will be telling us more on that achievement today. So you asked really how investments in the space sector contribute to the goals of the UAE. If you look at the goals of the UAE, let's focus on the UAE's Vision 2021 national agenda, which really aims to make the UAE among the best countries in the world by the Golden Jubilee of the Union. And in order to translate that vision into reality, the nation's pillars have been mapped into 6 national priorities, which represent the key focus sectors of the government action over the last few years, which have various indices that are used to measure and rank the UAE globally. I won't touch on all of them, but if we start with sustainable environment and infrastructure, this incorporates indices from telecoms, logistics, air quality, infrastructure, water transport, air transport, and clean energy. In the communications division, I believe the investment has directly put companies such as Threya and Yasat at the forefront of satellite communication capabilities. Indirectly, though, if you look at the rest of the indices, the space investment have played a major part in monitoring, capturing the information, and creating applications and added services onto them. Through these applications and through space, it has become a lot more simple, accurate, and much quicker method utilizing GPS and remote sensing. When we touch on the clean energy segment, that international space sector investment was the only segment that actually allowed the development of that technology when we talk about photovoltaics, as it was still unfeasible at that time. And due to that investment, it has taken the technology to where it is today, as it is the most simple means of capturing energy in space, and that has made access to cheap, clean energy as a possibility on Earth here today. Another point is ensuring the first-rate education system. Speaking only locally now, we're proud to have 3 universities offering 5 dedicated space programs today and 4 R&D centers affiliated to those universities. The UAE Space Agency has already invested more than 160 million towards space-related projects across these universities. And the UAE is also proud to have supported over 48 students through sponsorships and scholarships, having even supported some of these UAE nationals from the time they were in high school to where they're now actually working in the space sector. So investing in this domain and giving students these sort of projects to work on at the university levels really greatly accelerates their experience and prepares them for the working world. Another point is the cohesive society and preserved identity. You look at social cohesion index and the human development index. Of course, again, these projects all contribute to the youth getting that development and the capability and the experience. But another major aspect is the inspirational projects that have come out to the UAE. And this has really brought families together, improved social cohesion through these inspirational projects, not only in the UAE homes, but across the Arab region and the world, to show that impossible is possible. Lastly, you have the buildup of the competitive knowledge economy. Now, this is where I believe the biggest direct contribution comes in. It focuses on the UAE becoming an economic, tourist, and commercial capital by transitioning to a knowledge-based economy, by strengthening regulatory frameworks for key sectors, of course, space being one of them. And this is actually one of our strategic objectives in the UAE Space Agency, where we focused and delivered the UAE space policy, the space law, and the 2030 space strategy. All of these to promote the space sector, offering clarity to all the local and international partners in the sector, identifying responsibilities, as well as being able to support and sustain the development of the space sector. Here the national agenda aims for the UAE to become the best in the world in entrepreneurship. This is where we have also launched the Global Space Industry Accelerator, where we have seen over 300 attendees in these virtual programs, bringing together government sectors, academia, both local and international, at every session. And this is really where you have an amazing contribution into the knowledge-based economy. We also have 4 startups that we have been incubating over the last period, really during the pandemic, and have had angel investors out of Europe support them. So when you look at all of these things together, it all comes down to contributing to the UAE national agenda and the strategy. And to close, I think the UAE government really aims not only to achieve leading positions in global reports, but also provide a good life for its citizens and residents. And this is where space investment has shown to directly correlate with the improvement in the quality of life. And thus we shall continue to invest in space, inshallah.
Thank you, Mr. Fahad. That opens the door to my next question. Now, some people are still struggling to understand the benefits of space exploration, and they might consider it a waste of resources. Dr. Ilyas, how would you enlighten them with the benefits of space technology and research?
Thank you very much, Fatma. Thank you for this invitation, and thank you for being in this panel. And hopefully we're going to come up with some very beneficial points at the end. I believe space education, inviting people to space is very important, as you know, and as Mr. Fat has pointed out, the UAE now is becoming like a space farm, where we are seeing space centers rising everywhere. So every university now has a space center, or it may have a space program. So the best way to change this thinking about that we're wasting money in terms of space exploration is to invite young minds, to bring them to space exploration, to space applications. And you can only do that. So if we have a good space program around. So because some people, some students are now leaving what you call science, leaving technology, leaving engineering, leaving mathematics. This is part of STEM education. So the only way we can bring these people to accept that STEM education is a way for space exploration, is a way to promote space program for any country. Once they see the benefit of space exploration, usually I give as an example, when you hold your mobile, you are holding so many space applications that have been developed in the past 30 or maybe 40 years. So space investment is not a waste of money. So in order for you to see the future, you have to invest in space. What you have today as internet, what we have today as GPS, it did came because of space applications. So the use of space applications or the benefit of it to human lives is very important. We are in October 6, October 4 to October 10 has been designated by the United Nations as World Space Week. So, and the theme for this year is satellites improve life. Yes, it does. You cannot leave your home if you don't have your mobile with you. You feel like lost. So why? Because you would like to be linked to the world, and to be linked to the world is to have good internet connection, and to be able to know what's going on here and there. And because every country is investing in space, every country is being interested into space exploration. We are planning to have a lunar base. We are planning to have a Martian base. The UAE by the year 2017, we're going to have a Martian settlement. This will not come easily. So you have to, you need to have the right people to do that. That's why we are at the right time to educate our young minds to be more responsible in terms of taking STEM education as serious. So studying science is not a waste of time. Studying technology is not a waste of time. Going into an engineering program is not a waste of time. And also going into mathematics program is not also a waste of time. So all of these measures are part of what you call the inviting people to space science exploration. But you need to give also good incentives, because for someone who's going to go into space exploration, for sure at the end you must at least make sure that at the end he's going to have a job. Because not everyone can be a space scientist, not everyone can be a space engineering. So that's why, so you have to bring to the young mind the capability of entering the space science program, a space engineering program, and at the end to see a fruitful job for him or for her. So some people say that space exploration, going to Mars or going to the moon again, it will benefit what? Well, you know that in order to understand our own world, in order to understand our own planet Earth, we have to understand the other planets. Why are we going to Mars? We went to Mars so many times. We have sent tens of spacecrafts. Why every time? Well, because we have to know what happened to Mars. Why is it such a dead planet? And you can only do that if you go and visit it. The Emirates Mars mission is one of them. So it will be like a space weather satellite for us to understand what happened to Mars, and maybe this will happen to Earth in the future, in a couple of billions of years. So space exploration is part of our everyday life now. You cannot forget it. You cannot miss it. It is part of our daily lives. That's why every university, as I said at the beginning, is interested in having a space program, and the U.S. Space Agency policy is tuned toward that, as Mr. Fadi is saying. So it is helping all of the UAE universities to start something, to help them to have some space projects. So space centers are growing, and this is excellent because it will bring people to do space sciences in terms of doing science or in terms of doing space engineering. So all of these come together. Space is part of us. It is not something that is, some people say it is a waste of money. Just let me give you one example. In the 80s of last century, there was a program called Star Wars. The late President Reagan wanted to build some kind of a laser shield above the US to against any missile attack. Well, all of the technology that was worked out during this Star Wars program is now being used in optical astronomy. When you observe, because of what we call this atmospheric blurring, so we'd like to observe using a telescope from ground, but we have a problem, Earth atmosphere. So we can more or less reduce the effect of this atmosphere blurring by using this Star Wars technology. We use laser technology to initiate what you call the image of an artificial star and to correct our image. So all of this is just part of what you call the Star Wars program. So we are using it as a benefit for us. We have the International Space Station. It has been there since more than 20 years. So what is doing there? Well, it is doing some experiment that may in medicine that may help us in making some space components. You would like to build a robot in space. So how the different materials are going to happen to behave in an environment where you have less gravity. So all of these programs that are being done worldwide is just for the benefit of humankind. So 2020 satellites improve life, yes, and you can see the benefit of satellites everywhere, wherever you go. So it is a satellite application. As I said, you lose your internet connection for 1 minute, you feel lost. It means that satellite application is very important for our daily lives. We are in the 21st century. We look in the future. We look for everything to be space related. That's why we need to invite the young minds to be more responsible, to choose those measures that are related to space applications that may benefit the whole humanity, not only the UAE, but the whole humanity. Well, because space is for everyone, not only for just one single country. And the UAE is a very good example. The UAE Space Agency started in 2014. It is one among the 3 or 4 nations that was able to send a probe to Mars. Some space agencies have been around since more than 50 years, and they weren't able to do it. That's why you need to have the right space vision in order to invest into space.
Thank you, Dr. Ilyas. That was very insightful. Now, orbiting satellites also have provided and continue to provide important services to the everyday life of many people on Earth. Now, moving forward with that thought, Yahsat is a leading fixed and mobile satellite services operator, offering integrated satellite communication solutions to over 150 countries across the world. Yahsat's fleet of 5 satellites reaches more than 80% of the world's population. Ms. Al-Hajri, could you please shed light on the growing UAE presence in the global satellite communications market?
Hi, good morning, Fatima, and to you all. Thank you for that warm welcome. UAE has a very solid long-term vision for the satellite industry. Yahsat represents the UAE aspiration to be a global satellite power. In less than 15 years, Yahsat has become one of the biggest satellite enterprises in the world. Yahsat also has a fleet of 5 satellites, reach more than 80% of the world population in 5 continents: Asia, Europe, Africa, South America, and Australia, enabling all the critical communication, including broadband, broadcast, backhauling, and mobile solutions as well. Yahsat is the one of the satellite operators in the world who's offering both fixed and mobile satellite services. Yahsat also provide a wide range of C, KU, KA band, L-band solution on land, maritime, aero platform to consumers, governments, and enterprises. Also, Yahsat has a joint venture with many international companies, and as a result, the company has entered the new markets in high-speed satellite broadband and broadcast services. Also, in August this year, Yahsat announced a 2 billion dirhams for our new program, Next Generation, to upgrade our Thuraya space and ground segments, besides building a new generation of satellite, which will be operational in 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Al-Hajri.
Thank you.
Mr. Imran Sharaf. First, I would like to congratulate you and the team behind the Mars mission. You have done a remarkable job achieving a huge milestone on time. By that, I mean launching the Hope probe during the pandemic. Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center was established in 2006, and that's when the journey of the UAE to space started. Could you tell us why did the UAE leadership decided that we need to explore space? And what was the role of the leadership during this journey?
First of all, thank you very much for having me with you, and it's such a great honor to be part of this panel. A very good question and a very important one is basically the story of the Emirates Mars mission started in 2006 with the establishment of the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. At that point, it was known as the Emirates Institution for Advanced Science and Technology. The reason why His Highness Sheikh Mohammed established the center, and the reason why he wanted it to be like to have the space program as the main focus of the center was because he wanted to create the ecosystem needed to establish and to have a knowledge-based economy, a competitive and innovative and a creative knowledge-based economy in the UAE. And he wanted space to be the tool or the mean to do so. Why? Because space at the end of the day, it brings a new set of challenges. It's quite challenging. So if you can deliver a space mission, you can deliver space products or technologies, then that tells you or indicates the level of the industry you have within a country, about the sophisticated level and about what the high quality or the standards followed within a nation. Why? Because usually there is commercial standard, there is industrial. Sorry, there is the commercial, there is industrial standard, there is military standard, and then there's space standard. So this is more of an indication of what capacity you have, what capability you have. The other thing, His Highness wanted to inspire Emirati youth to go into sciences, and the best way to inspire the young is to choose space as a means to do so. Why? Because something about space that's mysterious, it's challenging, that grabs people's interest, especially the young and the youth. So it's more about the economy of the UAE, about the future of our economy, about the post-oil economy. And also on top of that, it's about addressing our national challenges when it comes to water resources, when it comes to food resources, when it comes to alternative energies. When you send a system in space, or when you put a human in space, that system needs to sustain itself autonomously. When a human goes to space and lives in the ISS, or one day has to go to another planet or go to the moon, they have to find a way to be able to breathe, to be able to eat, to drink, and so on. So developing those technologies, as was mentioned by Dr. Ilyas, I mean, will and did have direct impact on the quality of life here on Earth. So this was the vision behind the space sector. And at that point, in 2006, the UAE developed a lot in the commercial sector and tourism and so on. And as part of the UAE's effort to diversify its economy, it wanted to start shifting sort of the focus into, again, a more knowledge-based economy. So this is why the space sector started, or the Space Center started in the UAE.
Mr. Imran, since the announcement of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid about the Emirates Mars mission and its Hope probe, what were the challenges faced during the preparation, and how did you manage with your team to ease them?
So Mars is difficult, Mars is challenging, and as you know, 50% of the missions that have been to Mars have failed. So there is a lot of challenges. Starting with the requirements set to us by the government. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed met us and gave us a different set of requirements. First one was we want to reach Mars before the 2nd of December 2021, the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the UAE. And that was basically, and the mission was announced in 2014. So we had 6 years to deliver the mission, which is a big challenge. Similar missions have between 10 to 12 years to be delivered. In our case, we had half that duration. The budget was very limited. We didn't have open budget, and we had to deliver that mission within that budget, and it was delivered within the budget allocated for the mission. So the budget was also a challenge. His Highness told us, you have to build it, not buy it. You can learn from others, do not start from scratch. go through a knowledge transfer program the same way you did in your previous missions in Dubai Sat 1, Dubai Sat 2. However, learn from others. And the science has to be novel. Do not do something that's been done before. And it was UAE's first deep space mission. It was the Arab world's first interplanetary mission. So it's not something that we had experience with. So there's a lot of challenges when it comes to gaining knowledge, when it comes to building the capacity, when it comes to having the infrastructure. And then on top of that, what His Highness told us basically, he's like, I want to see a big drastic shift and impact in the academic sector, in the industrial sector, and all critical sectors in the UAE that are required to have advanced capabilities to have that an advanced science technology sector and also an advanced knowledge-based economy in the UAE. So he wanted this mission to create that impact, and KPIs and expectations were set on the team to create that impact. Since the announcement of the missions, we've seen different universities, because of this mission, starting different programs. Universities that didn't have any science programs, they started science programs. Universities started establishing their space centers and so on, and space-related projects. Students who were studying finance, international relations, were shifting into sciences and studying physics, math, and chemistry. So all this was part of the expectation. All this work was part of the challenges that we had to go through. Again, we had a team of Emiratis who was working in the UAE on developing different aspects of the mission. We had a team that was based in Colorado, working with our knowledge transfer partners at the University of Colorado, Boulder. And we had a team that was traveling back and forth between the UAE and so logistically, when it comes to actually delivering the mission, it was also like, it was a challenge because the spacecraft had to be, parts of it had to be developed in different parts of the world, and parts of it had to be assembled in the US, and then it had to come to the UAE, and we had to continue testing here, and so on. And we had parts that were developed in the UAE. So that was also a challenge. And then an unexpected challenge came up, as you mentioned earlier, the COVID-19, which actually put the mission at a big risk. We are at the risk of delaying the mission for 2 years if we're not able to send the spacecraft from the UAE to Japan and to be able to send the team there in time and have it tested and prepared and placed on the rocket in time. With that, there was a lot of risks also, not just logistically getting it out of here, but also protecting the team and their health and safety was a priority also. So a team that was supposed to be based in Japan for 50 days working and traveling between UAE and Japan back and forth, we had to actually send them there and make them based there for 4 months. The team had to be split into 3 teams instead of 1 team. We had 1 team that went there before the spacecraft was sent and had to enter quarantine. A team that had to escort the spacecraft, and once it reached Japan, it handed over that spacecraft to the team that was there for 2 weeks in quarantine, and then they went into quarantine for two weeks, and then later on they joined the other team members, and then a backup team that we had to have in the UAE just in case something happens. So the load on the team was much higher. It got much more complicated. And how that was addressed is by actually the close support of the leadership. Since day one, the leadership has been involved with us. They've been actually working closely with the team. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed Barashid, His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed, His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed, they all were actually following up with the team and supporting the team. And having that close relationship with them, it really helped the team and pushed us to actually tackle a lot of the hurdles. On top of that, also the ownership that the team members had. I mean, if someone asks me what is the main 2 reasons why we're able to reach where we are today, number 1, it's the leadership in the UAE. Number 2, it's the team members. Without them, we wouldn't be able to actually reach where we are. And their dedication and their ownership of the project and understanding the importance of this for the UAE and for the Arab youth helped us reach where we are and overcome this problem, these problems.
This is very inspiring. Mr. Imran, earlier this year, you have mentioned in one of your interviews about the Hope Probe, and I quote, "It will be a message not just to Emirati youth, but to Arab youth as well." What's the message that you were referring to?
So it's the message that His Highness basically told us on day one, and it was the first requirement set for us, which is linked to delivering the mission before the 2nd of December 2021, the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the UAE. And that message basically is, if the UAE, a young nation, is able to reach Mars in less than 50 years, then the Arab youth can do much more. Given the history of this region, given how we used to be generators of knowledge more than 800 years ago. We had scientists from different backgrounds, from different faith, living in this region, building this region, and coming up with new knowledge. The moment we stopped accepting differences, the moment we stopped accepting, or the moment we stopped generating knowledge, as a region, we started moving backwards. And then we have a case of the UAE, a very young nation that has more than 200 nationalities living in it. Everyone contributed to building our country. A mission in which we didn't start from scratch. We collaborated with others. We learned from others. We took the lead. 450 people worked on the Mars mission. 200 out of those 450 are Emiratis. But then we have 150s from our knowledge transfer partners and about 100 from our different subcontractors from around the world. So it's a message that you can do much more, you can overcome a lot of the challenges, and you can be more efficient and effective and create a big impact if you collaborate, if you put differences aside, if you coexist and accept differences. So this is the message that the UAE would like to send to the Arab youth. That you're talking about a region that has more than 100 million youth in it. That's a lot of potential. Unfortunately, the past decade, a lot of them were either leaving the region or unfortunately were innovating and investing their energy in the wrong ways. So there's different ways that these set of skills and energies could be invested in or could be used. And a lot could be done given the history of this region and given the capacity and capability of a lot of the Arab youth. And we see a lot of them when they go, unfortunately, like have to leave the region, and how they actually are able to innovate and create a big impact outside. It'll be very nice to see that impact actually taking place here in the region, which we needed desperately.
Youth and space exploration. Another important benefit of space exploration is that it encourages youth to pursue their further education in subjects like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. First of all, congratulations, Mr. Fahad, on the successful launch of MISNSAT. If you may allow me to ask, how does the MISNSAT project contribute to UAE Space Agency's strategic objectives?
Thank you, Fatima, for that. I guess first let me inform our viewers that we actually have 3 strategic objectives that we deliver against at the agency. Firstly is, of course, support in organizing and developing the space sector ecosystem in a manner that contributes to supporting a sustainable space economy. Secondly, establish regional and international recognition and partnerships in the space sector to enhance the UAE's position in the space sector. And thirdly, preparing the upcoming generation of Emiratis to contribute to the space sector, promoting scientific research and innovation, as well as raise awareness about space sciences and STEM fields to support progress innovation in space science and technology. Now, when you hear those 3 objectives, you may think that, the MISNSAT project is only contributing to the last objective I mentioned, but if you look at it directly, you're right. But if you ask yourself, would this project have been possible without the work that was put in place on delivering the first 2 objectives? Now, the MISNSAT mission is yet another milestone achievement for the UAE, highlighting the nation's ambition to embrace space. On the 28th of September, yes, just last week, MISNSAT, the first 3U environmental nanosatellite developed in the UAE by 30 university students, successfully lifted off from Russia with 2 payloads on board. It was a shortwave infrared spectrometer and an RGB digital camera, tasked to measure and monitor methane and carbon dioxide concentrations considered to be the 2 most prevalent greenhouse gases in the atmosphere that contribute to climate change. We're very proud of Abdullah Al-Marar, who was the project manager from the UAE Space Agency, to support this capability growth. An opportunity, of course, through the amazing support of professors Dr. Prashant Marpu at Khalifa University and Dr. Abdul Halim Jallad at the University of Ras Al Khaimah, who actually took 30 students and allowed them to live through the design, the development, testing, and verification of the satellite over a period of 3 years. Having now launched their own satellite, you can almost consider these students to have gone through what a systems engineer would need 10 years in the real world to experience. And today, these same students are running the ground station that they have established to enable them to communicate with, monitor, and operate the mission from. The project actually builds on the experience of Khalifa University's graduate students in launching the MySat-1 in 2018. And a lot of work went into the development of the science segment of the mission by focusing on developing algorithms to turn the retrieved data into sensible and scientific artifacts. So as you can see, it's really all about the leadership and the people, just as Imran mentioned. You know, that is what can make all of these things happen. And today, the UAE has an amazing foundation of academic universities and facilities that are all contributing to set up the UAE space economy, which starts with human resources. Emiratis and residents living and working in the UAE. You know, inspiration and hope are a great motivator to the youth of the world, and the inspiring projects that our great leadership in this country have envisioned and delivered contribute to it. The most notable and recent ones of Hazza al-Mansouri is the first UAE astronaut and first Arab to join the International Space Station. And you, Fatma, you know, as an example of the caliber that the Emirati women represent today as a shortlisted candidate for the next astronaut program, you know, and the other most notable project, of course, as Imran mentioned, is the EMM project, which saw 200 UAE nationals contribute to its success to this point under the program director, Imran Sharaf. And by the way, we went to the same high school together. So right there, it shows that UAE has the foundation and has the capability to prepare the students and the nation for this. You know, and our wise leadership saw how important, you know, education is and invested heavily in making sure that nationals and residents had access to the best education. And this reflects in the number and quality of the universities that exist here in the UAE today. You know, this mission, along with many other projects that are ongoing today with the universities, from the two universities already mentioned, as well as Zayed University, HCT, the University of Sharjah, NYU Abu Dhabi, and the UAE University are great examples where project-based learning environments exist today. And when it comes to space-specific related university programs, we are now very proud to have 5 space-related degrees in the UAE and 4 R&D centers linked to those universities, as well as, of course, the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. You know, the most recent centers being the Khalifa University, the Space Technology Innovation Center, which is supported by Yasat Space Lab and the UAE Space Agency, as well as the new AIT facility being set up by the NSSTC at the UAE University. All of these facilities and the personnel involved have contributed immensely to the UAE space sector and will surely continue to do so and to make the UAE proud of its people. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fahad. Ms. Al-Hajri, you are one of the few telecommunication professionals in the world managing an integrated portfolio of fixed and mobile satellite solutions across land, sea, and air platforms. How do we Please allow me to send my apologies to the distinguished speakers and to the audience. We were facing a bit of technical difficulties. Now, going back to my question, Ms. Al-Hajri, you are one of the few telecommunication professionals in the world managing an integrated portfolio of fixed and mobile satellite solutions across land, sea, and air platforms. How do you think we can foster and nurture interest of youth in space and satellite technologies?
Adding to what Imran and had said, YASAT is currently shaping a competitive and flexible knowledge-based economy that is powered by skilled Emirati and effective partnerships between public, private, and media sectors. For the youth, YASAT partnered with Khalifa University to launch YASAT Space Lab in 2017. The lab successfully produced and launched the first imaging UAE satellite, MySat-1, in 2018. YASAT also provides a young engineer plenty of on-job training, as well as opportunity to learn from the industry through placement on our various satellite programs here in YASAT. This is actually in line with Abu Dhabi Economics Vision 2030 that our primary investor Mubadala remains committed to. Also in August this year, YASAT joined hand with the UAE Space Agency and Khalifa University to establish Khalifa University Space Technology and Innovation Center. So there's a lot of plenty of programs YASAT is trying to partnership with many international and national institute and industry for innovation and strategy under space programs.
Thank you, Ms. Fatma Al-Hajri. Thank you. Since we're running out of time, I would like to thank you all for participating in today's panel discussion, for the interesting questions and the thoughtful insights on the topic of UAE space landscape. Last but not least, please allow me to share some of the UAE Pavilion space features. Most of the content related to space will be in the form of visuals, and they will cater to any country that wants to have a joint event and help coordinate between the UAE Space Agency and other space agencies. It was my pleasure to moderate the panel. Thank you all, and I look forward to welcome you in Expo 2020 next year.
Thank you so much to our panelists and our audience. We will recommence shortly with a series showcasing participant plans for space at Expo. See you then. Welcome back to day 2 of our pre-Expo Space Week event. We have already enjoyed some fascinating sessions and there is much more to come. Now, we're going to dive into some further presentations by Expo participants, detailing their approach to space at Expo. And first of all, I would like to welcome Manuel Salci, Dante Larini, and Emmanuel David of Switzerland to tell us more about their nation's plans for event time and also address any questions that our audience members may have. To ask a question, please use the Q&A icon on your screen and type your questions stating which country or organization you are from. Over to Switzerland.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon, good lunchtime to all of you. Welcome to Switzerland. You can see the mountains in the back. That's where we are currently sitting in beautiful old Switzerland with the mountain scenery. And yes, it has snowed in the last couple of days. So the mountains are white as you can see them in the back. Please just let me make a brief introduction to the participants today. Lose a few words about the pavilion, and then I will pass the floor to Dante and Emmanuel, who will touch on what Switzerland is doing, which is connected with space. My name is Manuel Salci. I'm the Commissioner General of the Swiss Pavilion. I don't know if we have the presentation now in the back. Do we have the PPT? Here we go. My name is Manuel Salci. I'm the Commissioner General of the Swiss Pavilion, and I'm very happy to be with you this morning. I'm sitting here with Emmanuel David. She's the Executive Manager of the EKFL Space Center, and Dante Larini, who is Project Manager for the Swiss Pavilion. He will be responsible for content in the exhibition, as well as seminars and programming happening on our rooftop. The Swiss Pavilion is basically a journey through Switzerland. We invite the visitors to join us on a journey through Switzerland, a hike. All the Swiss have hiked through our mountains this summer, as we were not allowed to travel further, not to cross any border. So yes, we did hiking in our mountains, through our mountains, by our lakes, and we will invite the visitors of the Swiss Pavilion at Expo to join us on a journey through Switzerland. We will show them the beautiful Swiss landscape, the nature that Switzerland is made of, but then also take them into the urban, innovative, modern Switzerland, where we will touch on the latest research and innovation that Switzerland has to offer. The facade of the Swiss Pavilion will invite the visitors from far. It's a mirrored facade showing the world-famous Swiss flag, the white cross on the red space, and it will invite the visitors and make them familiar with what Switzerland has to offer as a country. Once the visitors will find their way through a small entrance door of the Swiss Pavilion, suddenly they will find themselves under a sea of fog. That's a situation that we are currently having in Switzerland, like the lower parts of Switzerland that are covered by a layer of fog. And once you cross the fog, you arrive in the beautiful Swiss mountain landscape. And that's the emotion that we want to create with the Swiss Pavilion, the positive feeling that the visitors should have towards our beautiful country. Once they have crossed the fog, they will experience an emotional moment, getting to know Swiss tourist destinations, the beautiful Swiss landscape, and what Switzerland is doing to protect this landscape. After this big and emotional moment, they will be invited to go down into another space provided by the Swiss Pavilion, and that's where I pass the floor to Dante, who will explain you more to the next space, Act 3 of the Swiss Pavilion. Thank you very much for attending. I will leave the floor now to Dante and Emmanuel, and I wish you a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manuel, for your opening remarks. Hello, everybody. My name is Dante. I am project manager for the Swiss Pavilion's content. And I'm going to share with you the Act 3 of our pavilion. Act 3 is the space you can see in front of you, and it is where we will showcase our country as a leading innovation hotspot. We will have part of the journey is an interactive space where we will have temporary exhibits, which will be aligned to each and every thematic week of the Expo. In addition to this, we will have hourly live shows, which will explain in more detail how innovative Switzerland is, and also be fine-tuned to the different types of innovations which will be present according to the thematic weeks. This is just another view of the flexible content we will have at the exhibition space. In terms of the content, well, it is divided in two parts. As I showed you, we have the temporary exhibits, which is within the exhibition space, where we will showcase innovations. And our main partners are universities, startups, and innovative companies. In addition to this, we will have an event space, which you can see on your screens. And this is where we will have workshops and panels, which will be done by our education, research, and innovation partners. And the idea is to put them in touch with fellow Expo members and also with local universities of the UAE and local companies and government bodies. In terms of the content, this is organized by the SwissNext network, which is a government initiative to promote Swiss education, research, and innovation abroad, and also put them in contact with their local counterparts. And this is why we speak of SwissNext Mobile, which will be leading the content at the Swiss Pavilion. This is just a brief overview of what we have planned for our content. Obviously, the first one will be space, and Emmanuel will be speaking about this later on. We will then move to a circular economy month at the Swiss Pavilion, which will be composed of the climate and biodiversity thematic week, and also the urban and rural development. We will focus on Earth observation solutions, big data solutions to tackle climate change, and also a smart city seen through the eyes of the circular economy. And then afterwards, we will have a focus on knowledge and learning, where we will be developing key solutions to promote vocational education and also the future of learning. Moving to 2022, we will have at the Swiss Pavilion a Innovation for Good month, which will be comprised of the travel and connectivity thematic week, and also the SDG goals thematic week, where we will promote solutions in mobility, energy, but also from a tech for good perspective. Moving on to health and wellness, we will have a coalition of Swiss universities, which will present how each and every of the 17 SDGs should be seen through the eyes of public health. Moving to the next theme will be food and agriculture, and there we will have a key focus on food tech, which will be presented by Swiss companies and also universities. And then last but not least, our pavilion will have a whole month dedicated to the theme of water, where we will be tackling solutions on how to provide water sanitation, serving SDG number 6, and also providing solutions to maintain biodiversity, especially in the Red Sea, for example. And then also, we will bring a political and social perspective on solving conflicts linked to water in cooperation with the Swiss Development Corporation. That's it for me. And now I hand over the floor to Emmanuel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dante, for this introduction. My name is Emmanuel David, and I'm the Executive Manager of EPFL Space Center. If you could put back the slides on the screen, please. I will present you and talk to you a bit about Switzerland and space. In fact, when you think about Switzerland, I guess you think about the nice mountains, maybe the chocolate and the clocks, but what is Switzerland doing in space? And I would like to draw you a short story on this. So Switzerland and space, so Switzerland has 15 years of continuous heritage in space, and it's one of the founding members of the European Space Agency, for example. You can see a picture of the Apollo mission, and I'd like to remind you that, that there is a major Swiss-made contribution to the success of Apollo 11, and this is science. And even before the two astronauts hoisted the American flag on the moon, Buzz Aldrin set up a solar sail from the University of Bern as part of the solar wind collector experiment. And this piece of aluminum foil, which is approximately 1 meter high, measured the solar wind and was brought back to Earth. So, and the solar wind collector experiment was the only non-American research project the Apollo 11 crew had on its book. Other examples of Swiss technologies today are, for example, the atomic clock that provides a signal to the Galileo satellite from the CSEM in Neuchâtel. There is also a great experiment, and you can see a picture on the top right on the slide, which is the Cheops satellites. Cheops namely for characterizing exoplanet satellites. It's the first ESA mission, so from the European Space Agency, with a Swiss principal investigator, namely Willy Benz from the University of Bern. This mission has been selected in 2012 and launched last year in December 2019. And what is also great about this mission is that Professor Didier Colomb, who won the Nobel Prize for discovering exoplanet, he's the leader of the science committee of the Cheops mission. So there, Switzerland is performing world-class science. Another example of a space mission that I want to show you that also illustrates Swiss technology, and you can see on the lower right side of the slide, is the Aeolus mission, which was launched in summer 2018. This mission aims to improve weather forecasting, and it will provide insights into how wind influences the exchange of the heat and moisture between Earth's surface and the atmosphere. It's very important aspects for understanding the climate change. And essential component and embedded instrument are Swiss-made. So the Zurich-based company ROAC Space has built the entire satellite structure as well as the mechanism for switching on the two laser sources and protecting also the optical reception instrument. Other Swiss companies such as Thales Alenia Space, Switzerland and Conova have also supplied elements of the Aladdin laser instrument, which measure wind speed with an accuracy of 1 meter per second. Last but not at least, you can see also on the picture, just before the encapsulation with the payload fairing, which is also a Swiss-made structure from ROAC Space, Switzerland. So you can see that there is 15 years of continuous heritage of space. We can say that not one single satellite in Europe has not benefited from some Swiss technologies. Switzerland focuses on niche products with a high added value contribution, such as high precious mechanism and structures, atomic clocks, and technology for scientific instruments. Now you would ask yourself, and what is EPFL also doing in space? So I'm trying to change the slide. Yes, it's working. So I'm working at EPFL Space Center, and our mission around the three key missions also of EPFL, so the Swiss Institute of Technology of Lausanne, around education, research, and innovation. So we aim at inspiring, educating, and boosting the next generation of top talents in space engineering and science. We do this while promoting and supporting space research in laboratories and developing synergies through innovative and visionary projects. And I will show you 3 examples of education, research, and innovation that is performed with the EPFL Space Center. Sorry, I have to. I went too fast. So first project is one of the interdisciplinary projects that is coached by EPFL Space Center, which is namely called Grobot Hub. This group of students founded this team between the EPFL and also the University of Lausanne. And they participated in the IGLUNA mission from the Swiss Space Center in 2019 and 2020. Their vision is to develop a fully automated and autonomous system to grow and pick up vegetables in a closed loop fashion. For that, they use different types of technologies such as machine learning, computer vision, robot programming. And so they grow vegetables, and they also perform aeroponics. And you can see on the lower right side of the slide, one of the picture of their robot picking up some vegetables during one of their field campaign. These technologies are key for future space exploration challenges for applications in Moon or Mars mission. And you can also imagine all the other spin-off that we can perform, also being able to grow autonomously vegetables on Earth. Another key project that is happening within the EPFL Space Center is a research initiative on sustainable space logistics. The aim of this research initiative is to open a new field of research around sustainable space logistics. One key aspect is space logistics. In fact, with the arriving of new technologies for reusable launchers, also the rise of mega constellation, but also the issue of space debris, it's important to rethink the whole space supply chain and to make it sustainable, as sustainability is the key challenge of our current generation, and we don't want to reproduce the mistakes that we perform on Earth in space. Thematics that goes within this field of research can go around refueling, on-orbit servicing, active space debris removal, constellation deployment. And I want also then to show you one of our success stories, namely ClearSpace, which is a spin-off from EPFL Space Center, and is the first European mission that has been awarded for contract with the European Space Agency to remove debris from space. So the mission is going to happen in 2025, and the startup has been awarded last year a contract of 85 million in order to deorbit the Vespa upper stage, the Vespa, which is a payload adapter of the Vega rocket. You can see that the mission is planned in different steps, with the first commissioning and target phasing of the chaser, which is gonna then approach to the Vespa, which is a passive target, perform a far range rendezvous and a close range rendezvous, and then capture, and with this tag configuration would perform a controlled re-entry. EPFL is a partner of ClearSpace, and he's also developing some key technologies for this mission, such as the relative navigation system and also the capture system. And the other big topic that we are looking into, and that also we are very happy to share with you, is also big data and Earth observation and the contribution to Earth sustainability, intelligent systems, which can be namely and space, like for example, intelligence telescope for space surveillance, Mars and Moon rover, and also all the exploration thematics and everything that goes around moon missions. And what about the Expo, and what are we aiming to do there? So our aim is to present also the three pillars that define also the Swiss Institute of Technology of Lausanne around research, education, and innovation. We are proposing a different set of partnerships possibilities, such as, for example, a roundtable proposition where we would have scientists and also experts from the Swiss industry that would come and then talk either for the general public, but also for a private public, like at the event space, or also for like a more selected public. We also propose different possibilities of partnerships with us, with the EPFL Space Center, for a joint interactive scientific presentation or joint scientific poster. Topics could be on space exploration or sustainable space logistics. Also, we want to put on the forefront our amazing students. I presented earlier the Robot Hub projects. We also have a rocket team, which is a student association that builds rockets to participate in competition, like the Spaceport American Cup. So one of the ideas, why not also to build launch it at the exhibition, perform also a rocket competition around the exhibition. We would be more than happy to participate in this. So I presented you the different part of what is space in Switzerland, what is our center doing, some example, and how we could collaborate. So, and you, so do you want to be part of this adventure? Thank you very much. And I think now we are happy to, Dante and myself, to hear about your reactions and if you have questions about what we have presented to you, and feel free to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for this presentation. Absolutely, we are looking to promote not only our content in this particular, during the Space Thematic Week, but also during each and every thematic week. And we are looking for partners in terms of the Expo participants, local universities, and other key partners of space in the UAE and the wider region. So we have our contact details, I believe, on the websites, also through the local IPM events. So if ever you have any ideas, any suggestions, then we will be welcome. It will be a pleasure to discuss them with you.
Thank you so much, Manuel, Dante, and Emmanuel. Next to take the stage is Russia and Sergei Krikalov, the Executive Director of the State Space Cooperation Roscosmos. Sergei, over to you.
Апреля, 55 лет назад, исторический полет корабля «Восток» с человеком на борту перевернул мир. За 108 минут на скорости более 40 тысяч километров в час и высоте более 300 километров Юрий Гагарин обогнул земной шар и благополучно вернулся из космоса. Это было начало эры пилотируемой космонавтики.
Я обыкновенный русский человек. Таких у нас в Союзе очень много. Такой же, как десятки и сотни тысяч советских юношей и девушек.
5 мая этого же года Алан Шепард стал первым американцем, который во время суборбитального полета достиг высоты 186 километров на корабле «Меркурий Редстоун-3». У него был самый короткий в истории полет в космос – 15 минут. В августе 1961-го Герман Титов совершил 17 оборотов вокруг Земли. Полет продолжался более суток. Титов стал первым космическим кинооператором, запечатлевшим Землю с орбиты. До сих пор Герман Титов остается самым молодым космонавтом планеты. Во время полета ему было 25 лет.
Astronaut John Glenn of New Concord, Ohio. Lieutenant Colonel, United States Marine Corps.
Первый орбитальный полет в США. Джон Гленн на корабле «Меркурий-6» совершил 5-часовой полет вокруг Земли, достигнув почти 200-километровой высоты. Через 36 лет Джон Гленн совершил свой второй космический полет на корабле Space Shuttle. Ему было 77 лет. Это до сих пор является рекордом.
Я счастлива, что мне, простой советской девушке, выпала большая честь совершить Полет в космос.
Валентина Терешкова, первая женщина в космосе. В свой полет она отправилась через 2 дня после запуска корабля «Восток-5» с космонавтом Валерием Быковским, который установил непревзойденный до сих пор рекорд полетов в одиночку – почти 5 суток.
Нахожусь на обрыве шлюза, самочувствие отличное. Подо мной вижу облачность моря, Кавказ вижу под собой.
Первый в истории выход в открытый космос. Космонавт Алексей Леонов на несколько минут вышел из шлюзового отсека корабля «Восход-2» и совершил первую прогулку в безвоздушном пространстве. Первые люди на Луне, астронавты Нил Армстронг и Базз Олдрин, ступили на поверхность спутника Земли в районе моря Спокойствия. В ходе экспедиции экипаж Аполлона провел ряд научных экспериментов, собрал более 20 килограммов лунного реголита и благополучно вернулся на Землю. Шестая, самая долгая и пока последняя высадка людей на Луну. За 4 суток экипаж Аполлона-17 Юджин Сернан и Харрисон Шмидт совершили 4 выхода на поверхность и проехали на лунном ровере несколько десятков километров.
Союз-2. Стыковка выполнена.
Проект «Союз-Аполлон». Первая международная встреча на орбите и первое сотрудничество в космосе между СССР и США. После стыковки кораблей «Союз» и «Аполлон» Алексей Леонов и Томас Стаффорд открыли люки и пожали друг другу руки. Это стало символичным финалом Холодной войны. Более того, это случилось над рекой Эльбой, где в годы Второй мировой войны встретились войска союзников. Советская программа «Интеркосмос» дала возможность совершить космический полет космонавтам из других стран. Первым европейским космонавтом стал Владимир Ремек из Чехословакии. Первый выход женщины в открытый космос. Космонавт Светлана Савицкая не только вышла за пределы станции «Салют», но и провела сварку в безвоздушном пространстве.
Прошел полет успешно, задачи, поставленные перед нами, выполнены.
Начало эксплуатации орбитального комплекса «Мир», самого большого на тот момент искусственного сооружения на орбите Земли. За 15 лет работы станцию «Мир» посетили более 100 человек. Валерий Поляков начал свой рекордный по длительности полет в космос. На станции «Мир» врач Валерий Поляков проработал 437 суток. После исторического полета Поляков написал более 50 научных работ по проблемам космической медицины.
В данный момент я сейчас с вами разговариваю и вас горячо приветствую. Врач, космонавт-исследователь Поляков Валерий Владимирович.
Космонавт Анатолий Соловьев отправляется на станцию «Мир» и за одну экспедицию совершает 7 выходов в открытый космос, поставив мировой рекорд суммарного пребывания за бортом станции – более 82 часов. Начало строительства МКС. Ракета-носитель «Протон» вывела на орбиту модуль «Заря», первый модуль Международной космической станции. Через несколько дней шаттл «Эндевор» пристыковал к «Заре» модуль «Юнити». Первая экспедиция на МКС. Сергей Крикалев, Юрий Гидзенко и Уильям Шепард. За годы эксплуатации МКС стала крупнейшим, размером с футбольное поле, искусственным объектом на орбите Земли. На борту станции уже побывали более 200 космонавтов и астронавтов из 18 стран мира. Первый пилотируемый космический полет КНР Ян Ли Вэй на корабле Шэньчжоу-5 совершил 14 оборотов вокруг планеты и благополучно вернулся на Землю. Первый частный суборбитальный космический полет. Аппарат Spaceship One, пилотируемый Майком Мелвиллом, достиг границы космоса – 100-километровой высоты.
Ну давайте мы вам Землю немножко покажем, на фоне этого можем поговорить.
Сергей Крикалев – самый опытный космонавт планеты. Первый рекордсмен по совокупному пребыванию в космосе. 803 дня работал на станциях «Мир» и МКС. Летал на кораблях «Союз» и Space Shuttle. Астронавт НАСА Сунита Уильямс ставит рекорд по выходам в открытый космос среди женщин. Уильямс работала в безвоздушном пространстве 7 раз, более 50 часов. Астронавт Италии Саманта Кристофоретти устанавливает новый мировой рекорд среди женщин – 199 суток на орбите за одну экспедицию. Российский космонавт Геннадий Падалко – новый мировой рекордсмен по суммарной продолжительности полета в космос – 878 дней.
За время моего годового полета на меня ложится более 60 экспериментов, как по американской программе, так и по российской.
Впервые на МКС был проведен международный эксперимент «Год в космосе». Стартовав к МКС в марте 2015 года, космонавт Михаил Корниенко и астронавт Скотт Келли в марте 2016 благополучно вернулись на Землю. Для НАСА это был первый опыт длительной экспедиции. За 55 лет пилотируемой космонавтики в космосе побывали уже 550 человек из многих стран мира. Из космоса границы на планете Земля не видны. Видна только безграничная Вселенная, которая рано или поздно дождется своего гостя по имени Человек.
In the near future, we are going to send 3 new modules to Russian segment of International Space Station. First one would be in the middle of next year, called MLM, which means laboratory module that is going to fly in the middle of 2021. Right after that, we are going to send universal docking module, which will have several docking ports and will provide capability of docking new spacecraft and another module. And in 2023-2024, we are going to send another module that is a new generation of modules, which is going to provide, the main purpose is providing power for Russian segment of International Space Station, but also this module will have extra volume and extra workplace for conduct science on ISS, on Russian segment of ISS. For many years we do commercial space flights. We start to do these commercial space flights from very beginning of space station, and on Expedition 2 actually. During Expedition 2, first spaceflight participants was flying on ISS, and just recently we did our joint flight with representative of UAE. They have very ambitious space program, and they start from first commercial space flights. For us it was a commercial space flight. Next year we are going to have another separate dedicated mission when 2 commercial cosmonauts, 2 spaceflight participants will fly on Soyuz together with 1 professional Russian cosmonaut. But commerce on ISS is not only space flights. We are going to conduct experiments. Some experiments can be commercial because some data returned back from space flight could be very useful for a commercial company, especially who is doing on new medicine, new drugs for medicine. So we do commerce not only in space flights itself, but also in conducting commercial space flight experiments. The main purpose of the station is to do science, to return data, to get new data which can be useful not only for space program but also for scientists on Earth. Just recently we start to restructure a little bit our scientific program. Some of science is done for Academy of Science, for what we call the fundamental science. Some scientific experiments are done for space industry itself, because in order to fly further, in order to fly faster, we need to do some experiments to develop future spacecraft and future space stations. And some experiments can be commercial. If some commercial company are interested in doing experiments in space, it can be part of our commercial program, and we do our experiments together with our commercial partners. Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center is a home base for Russian cosmonauts who are training for space flights. We do cycles of selection of cosmonaut every 2-3 years, and this year we are going to select several cosmonauts for future class. Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center, not only Russian cosmonauts are training, we have very broad partnership with our partners, with NASA, with ESA, with JAXA, and all partners do part of the training at Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center, including commercial partners. In the future, we think that we will not stay only on low Earth orbit. In the future, we are going to fly beyond low Earth orbit, and for this purpose, we are developing a new generation of spacecraft that is capable to fly outside low Earth orbit. Of course, we will stay on a low Earth orbit in the beginning together with our partners for ISS, and in the future we can broaden our cooperation with other countries, other partners. We know that China is very active in the space program. We are going to continue our partnership with ISS partners, and of course for part of the mission we do our program independently, but in the future something like exploration of moon, exploration of asteroids we are going to do in international partnership. So we, together with our partners, we are thinking about future moon program, space station in cislunar space, and of course we will stay on low Earth orbit on ISS and maybe on future generation of station. ISS is flying already more than 20 years, and this year we are going to celebrate 20th anniversary of Expedition 1, when Expedition 1 arrived on the station in November 2000, and we start to bring station to working phase, to make station alive, actually what our partners said. And since that, station was habitable all 20 years. We have many expeditions. We have more than 60 expeditions already on board International Space Station. We have a lot of visiting missions, and we have a lot of science done on ISS and data returned back on Earth. So for sure we are going to fly further. Initially, station was designed only for 15 years, but now with having more data about status of the station, we are going to continue our space flight on the station. We already on final stage of making agreement to fly station up to 2024, and probably station will fly on orbit even longer, because this is a very important and very valuable asset not only for one national program but for all international partnership. So station will fly up to 2024, and now we are doing experiments and tests to see if station can fly longer. And in parallel with low Earth orbit, together with our partners, we are going to fly beyond low Earth orbit. We are going to fly, the first our goal is moon orbit first, and then moon surface, and finally moon base. So the moon would be next step for further exploration of outer space. And of course we will stay on low Earth orbit also with broad international partnership.
Международная космическая станция. Оплот человечества на орбите Земли. Рукотворная звезда. В ясную погоду МКС порой видна невооруженным глазом. Международная космическая станция – это лаборатория для испытания новых технологий, форпост для будущих экспедиций в дальние и малоизведанные уголки нашей Солнечной системы. Сложнейшее технологическое сооружение массой почти в 400 тонн. Гигантская металлическая конструкция, которая вращается по земной орбите со скоростью почти 30 тысяч километров в час.
Программа космических станций насчитывает уже 40 лет. Первая станция «Салют» была запущена в 1971 году, и на основании опыта, который мы получили на станции «Салют», была построена станция «Мир». Это базовый блок станции «Мир», которая стала прообразом будущих станций, будущей международной космической станции. «Мир» пролетала более 15 лет, и в процессе работ были отработаны технологии длительных космических полетов, в том числе технологии международного сотрудничества, которые сейчас применяются при создании международной космической станции.
Итак, Международная космическая станция. Ее строили Россия и США, используя опыт и технологии, отработанные на орбитальной станции «Мир». В основе конструкции модульный принцип. Блоки собираются как конструктор и при необходимости могут перестыковываться. МКС делится на два больших сегмента – российский и американский. Также в составе станции отдельный модуль Европейского космического агентства «Коламбус» и японский блок «Кибо». В космосе границ нет. Космонавты и астронавты могут свободно перемещаться по всей станции. В работе МКС участвуют 15 стран мира.
Строительство МКС началось в 1998 году. Первым на орбиту ракетой «Протон» был доставлен модуль «Заря». Через 2 года к «Заре» пристыковался базовый модуль «Звезда», центр российского сегмента и даже всей станции. Со 2 ноября 2000-го началась эксплуатация Международной космической станции в пилотируемом режиме. На МКС стали прилетать экипажи космонавтов и астронавтов. Эта вахта идет непрерывно. Строительство международного сегмента станции шло одновременно с российским. В 2001-м к МКС присоединился стыковочный отсек «Пирс», своеобразный порт для причаливания космических кораблей. В 2009 и 2010 на орбите появились 2 исследовательских модуля «Поиск» и «Рассвет» для научных экспериментов. Орбитальная станция становилась крупнейшим искусственным объектом за пределами Земли.
МКС – полностью автономная станция. Главный источник энергии – Солнце. Общая площадь солнечных батарей на МКС равна 8 баскетбольным площадкам. За световой день МКС совершает 16 оборотов вокруг Земли. 1 оборот каждые 90 минут. Половину этого времени станция в тени, а значит, энергию не накапливает. Солнечные батареи американского сегмента и российских модулей «Заря» и «Звезда» сначала накапливают энергию на Солнце, а когда начинается тень, электричество отдают заряженные аккумуляторы. Благодаря этому системы регенерации воздуха и воды снабжают станцию бесперебойно.
В таком ведре хранится вода. Личные таблички показывают, какая. Зеленая, техническая, голубая, соответственно, питьевая, есть еще желтая и коричневая.
Работа экипажей на орбите – это непрерывная поддержка станции, проведение ремонта, научные эксперименты, ежедневный тяжелый 10-часовой труд. Только в субботу космонавты работают в 2 раза меньше. На МКС определить время по Солнцу, как на Земле, невозможно. Принято считать, что станция всегда находится в одном часовом поясе.
На орбите мы живем по Гринвичу. Этот часовой пояс находится между центрами управления в Москве и Хьюстоне, откуда идет непрерывный процесс контроля и управления сегментами станции, постоянная координация между Россией, США и другими международными партнерами.
Теперь о каждом модуле МКС по порядку. Функционально-грузовой блок «Заря». Сегодня этот модуль граница между российским и американским сегментами. В нем склад всего необходимого для жизни экипажей и проведения экспериментов. Кроме этого, модуль «Заря» – хранилище топлива для двигателей станции.
Мы с вами в функционально-грузовом блоке «Заря». Замечательный блок тем, что это самый первый модуль на Международной космической станции. Он полностью оправдывает себя. Как вы видите, он действительно грузовой. Здесь хранятся в основном грузы, в том числе и продукты питания. Красные – российские, синие – американские.
«Заря» – 20-тонный модуль, ветеран МКС. Над ним работали почти 250 российских предприятий. У блока 3 стыковочных узла, один свободный для причаливания кораблей. Второй ведет в американский модуль Unity, третий в российский модуль «Звезда».
Служебный модуль «Звезда» – самый важный блок станции. В нем системы жизнеобеспечения и управления полетом, энергетический и информационный центр. А еще здесь каюты для космонавтов, поэтому он разделен на 5 отсеков. В модуле «Звезда» экипажи проводят больше всего времени.
Служебный модуль у нас не самый большой, но, подчеркиваю, только в этом модуле есть все системы, необходимые для космонавтов. Система жизнеобеспечения, система связи, система управления полетом, каюты, в которых экипаж спит.
Модуль «Звезда» — сердце и головной мозг станции. Он может работать как автономная лаборатория для 3 космонавтов. Здесь есть кухня, стол для приема пищи, тренажеры для физических упражнений. Остальные блоки, как конструктор, пристыкованы к модулю «Звезда».
Стыковочный отсек модуль «Пирс». Дополнительный причал для российских кораблей. Кроме того, через модуль «Пирс» космонавты и астронавты выходят в открытый космос.
Я выполнил свой первый выход в открытый космос вот в этом скафандре. И он меня не подвел. А в этом скафандре рядом выходил мой друг Сергей. Мы с ним вместе. Но у Сергея это был уже 3-й выход. И вот мы вместе делали эту большую работу.
Вход в скафандр российский космонавт производит через заднюю створку, своеобразную дверь.
Модуль «Пирс» дает возможность выйти в открытый космос 2 космонавтам в скафандрах «Орлан». С внешней стороны модуля специальные поручни для работы вне станции.
Малый исследовательский модуль «Поиск». Помимо того, что к нему тоже могут стыковаться космические корабли, модуль «Поиск» используют как шлюз для выходов в открытый космос. На внешней оболочке можно устанавливать научное оборудование и грузовую стрелу. Внутри также проводятся эксперименты.
Мы находимся в малом исследовательском модуле МИМ-2. Из самого названия видно, что модуль для исследований. Здесь у нас, помимо скафандра запасного, хранятся всевозможная аппаратура для экспериментов. То, что небольшого размера помещается вот в такие сумки, то, что побольше, как вот это, от плазменного кристалла. А наш командир Андрей Борисенко сейчас выполняет эксперимент «Кулоновский кристалл».
Привет.
Модуль «Поиск», или сокращенно МИМ-2, может принимать корабли как в ручном, так и в автоматическом режиме. К этому модулю чаще всего стыкуются российские корабли «Союз» с новыми членами экипажа МКС.
Малый исследовательский модуль «Рассвет» используется для проведения экспериментов. В нем 5 рабочих мест для космонавтов. Может принимать как российские, так и американские корабли. Через модуль «Рассвет» транзитом в станцию перекачивается топливо от прибывших кораблей «Прогресс».
А сейчас мы находимся в малом исследовательском модуле МИМ-1. Он самый новый модуль у нас.
Модуль «Рассвет» или МИМ-1 – главная база для проведения сотен научных экспериментов. Многое, с чем мы сталкиваемся в жизни, вначале было испытано в космосе. Материал тефлон, микроволновые печи, сплавы металлов, системы очистки воды, вакцины и лекарства. Космические снимки помогают сельскому хозяйству и борьбе со стихийными бедствиями. Образовательные программы, которые проводят космонавты на орбите, вдохновляют будущих ученых, инженеров и исследователей космоса.
Вот это многоцелевой лабораторный модуль. С прибытием на станцию этого модуля строительство станции можно считать законченным. Значение МКС для всех жителей Земли велико, так как многие высокие технологии создавались для космоса либо были испытаны в космосе. Международная космическая станция проработает на орбите как минимум до 2020 года, но уже сейчас точно можно сказать, что следующий шаг в космос будет сделан именно с этой рукотворной звезды человечества.
Thank you, as always, to our speakers for their and their nation's fascinating contributions to this pre-event session, as well as to our plans for Space Week and event time. Many participants are keen to showcase their achievements and ambitions in the space sector. And with that in mind, we will now launch straight into another series of lightning rounds. Please allow me to welcome Ricardo Conde, President of Portugal Space, to tell us more about his country's important work in the sector.
Everyone, first of all, let me thanks to the organization to invite the Portuguese Space Agency to share with you some thoughts about these fascinating and vibrant moments that we are living in the space technologies and space opportunities. We are talking about the new space opportunities. As we all know, Portugal has a tradition using the oceans over centuries. And today we are, you also know that the oceans are one body. We cannot talk about different oceans. We have one ocean, and of course that defines the relation between the human being and also the nature of the relations with the sustainable environment. And this is a teeny equilibrium between the way we interact with our economy and the nature, and of course we need to implement pragmatically some sustainable measures to the future of our planet. And to share with you some numbers, in the European Union, 5% of the GDP coming from the maritime economy. And this is split in several areas, of course, maritime transportation, ports, naval constructions, and we have the tourism, which plays an important role in the maritime economy. Of course, the fisheries are one of the main source of resources to some countries. The new trends for agriculture and also to the biotechnology for the renewable energies. So there are all these activities. There are big compromise that the Europe in the Green Deal, Europe is committed. So you probably also don't know that particularly in our country, Portugal, with our maritime area or region, including the conversation that we are having to extend our continental platform, Portugal becomes one of the biggest countries in Europe. We are talking about the second biggest country in Europe due to this maritime area. And for this brings a big responsibilities for us, of course, and in the context of the European Union. And if we are looking this in an economic perspective, of course, this will drive us to have a sustainability perspective, because we cannot think with the same ways that we are extracting and use our resources. These resources will be available in the next 2 decades. So we need to change our behavior and our relation between the oceans and the way we are using the ocean. And this brings, of course, as I said, bring responsibilities for a particular nation from Portugal. And I give you an example that in a European context, we start 10 years ago, in 2009, if I will remember, a program that Portugal was a pioneer, together with Norway, under the European Maritime Safety Agency, starting providing monitoring services by satellite, using Earth observation data to implement an operational scenario to monitoring the North Atlantic regarding the environment, in particular oil spills, due to intensive traffic, maritime traffic that we have in our waters. And 10 years later, what we have is a clean North Atlantic, and we are continuing improving our technologies, and of course we are developing some new capabilities from satellites, but not only, also we are using drone capabilities to implement this monitoring program. And this is really important that we can extend this to the south, as Atlantic is only one Atlantic. We don't have two Atlantics. The Atlantics are coming from the Arctic to the Antarctic, so that means we have one Atlantic, and there are many countries, small countries, small islands over the Atlantic that are their economy are dependent of the resources. And particularly, I give you an example of Cape Verde and Saint Tomé. They are almost 90% of dependent of the fisheries and the threats. There are some illegal activities on the fisheries. They invade their waters, and of course disrupting their economy and this their source of living. And this is one of the things that we need to pay our attention, is to try to migrate these policies in the context that we are doing now using satellite data. This is where satellites and satellite data gives a broad answer, because we need more data to better information. But this drives me to another question, is to have more information and to implement data policies. We need to looking forward to have some information, some free information to develop the downstream applications. And this is really what will trigger the next evolution of this kind of tools for monitoring the oceans. We need to promote fast data and also more precise data, and the way we are assessing this data in a pragmatic way, that you know that Europe has a Copernicus program, but we need some evolution in the Copernicus in the data policy to implement or to go forward or to more in a more space and time resolutions. And in our opinion, this is the way that we can develop some operational scenarios and also some applications in the downstream. There are many applications: migrations, fires, of course the biodiversity in the oceans, and the rapidly floats that some weather changes in the particular in the Atlantic, which is one of the areas that the climate can suffer with the climate changes. Of course, under the Portuguese strategy for space that we are trying to develop in this decade, Portugal is committed to develop some programmatic challenges. One is a small constellation for the Atlantic. It's not only for the Atlantic, but it's what it really focused in Atlantic. And it is a Portuguese ambition for a corporate satellite network over the countries, and that are linked, of course, to address the needs to monitoring and to better understand our oceans. Of course, this will be the source to feed the second pragmatic challenge, which is the development of the digital planet. The digital planet will be a downstream platform able to integrate multi-sources of data, and of course we need to include not only space data but high altitude platforms and in situ data, and of course this is driven for the knowledge and ambitions to have more information to put also to introduce this as a business in private, and of course to provide services to the public sector also. Another pragmatic challenge that we have is a 5G ecosystem that we want to develop for remote regions, in particular for the Atlantic, and not only for the Atlantic but also to cover the outermost regions of Portugal, and to link all these collecting data in the Internet of the Things. This is a line of action that we are trying to implement under the new trends for telecommunications, but using satellites for that. And of course we have some national initiatives, and it is related to access to space. We are in our islands of Azores to promote the ecosystem in the Santa Maria Islands, Santa Maria Azorian Islands are combining four dimensions. One is create a small and operate, create, install and operate by the private industry, small spaceports that lead us to have access to space for small payloads, small satellites, and of course to transform this opportunity in a small ecosystem to develop some other activities which are related to test bench for test engines for rockets, and also for the new transportation vehicle from Europe under the commercial space transportation line of actions of together with the European Space Agency, which is the new vehicle, European vehicle, called the Space Rider. So this kind of activities are linked and of course represent an ambition for Portugal as a small country, but also give a big contribution to our main assets, which is in this case is our Atlantic. And looking for the Atlantic, I think this ambition for sure will contribute to for the sustainability of our environment, our main asset, as I said, which is our goal, which is the Atlantic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. I would now like to introduce Nomfuoneko Majaja, who is the Chief Director of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition of South Africa.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nomfuoneko Majaja, working for the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition within the Unit of Space Affairs. I'll today be talking about stimulating competitiveness, export and trade in the space industry. I would like to start with the work that we have recently done on the space industry framework, which showed us what is our capability within the country. It has included this generic space value chain, which includes the ground equipment and terminals, the satellite manufacturing, the lease and the sale of satellite capacity, the value-added services arising from satellite data, as well as consumers that are using this data. The framework further informed us that we, as South Africa, in an excellent position, both within the upstream and downstream applications, and we need to take advantage of major and sustained growth in digital and space economies. And as we are aware, ladies and gentlemen, the world is going digital. South Africa has a strong heritage in space infrastructure, know-how, academia, as well as R&D. It has pockets of excellence in these areas. It's also in a desirable geographic location, as we are situated at the southern tip of Africa. It's mostly relevant, this information, for putting up satellite dishes that are collecting information from all the passing satellites. South Africa is also able to attract global primes, and it can become firm in global supply chains. From the framework, there were quite a number of recommendations to stimulate competitiveness in the industry. These recommendations included, amongst others, requirements to better package our existing financial instruments, and more still is required to support the industry and the related sectors that are a network within this industry. The industry has a multiplier of 7 as it works with other industries like electronics, electrical engineering, as well as logistics and other sectors not mentioned. So we're required to have new and modified and non-financial interventions. The recommendations specifically touched on the heritage that the country has developed prior to the dawn of democracy. South Africa has a test range which was used, however defunct now, in Overberg in the Western Cape. It requires some revamping such that it can be ready for launching of our own satellites and satellites across the continent. We can partner with other countries and industries within the revamping and the use of the Overberg test facility. Over and above that, we have a capability within the assembly, integration, and the testing facility, also situated in the Western Cape, which requires to be upgraded into a modern facility, as it's still containing old infrastructure that would definitely require high technologies and modernization. This infrastructure or facility could be turned into an industrial cluster or a park, which can co-locating a number of companies in the industry and related companies. This could be used as a test bed for a number of industries such as automotive and related ones. Further to our recommendations, development of Earth observation satellites to collect important data that we use in navigation, in water quality and levels, in energy, in mining, in navigation, is also a requirement or a recommendation, including the telecoms sector. All these recommendations will help us to build high-tech engineering skills, attract investment in the industry from the country, the continent, and abroad, and thus will develop the industry and its competitiveness. Linked to this framework are the new interventions that government has actually alluded to through the Space Infrastructure Hub that will assist all these facilities, or some of them that I have mentioned. The Space Infrastructure Hub is actually putting our industry on the map. It's also telling us that we are going to be building strategic infrastructure projects in the country. Government has a number of interventions related to infrastructure development, related to the human resource development, innovation development, commercialization of our R&D into usable products. These are arising from across government space. These, of course, they enhance the R&D innovation for competitiveness. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, South Africa has a strong indigenous capability. Government regards this sector as of strategic importance. The sector is critical for the rest of the economy and sustainable development. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you to Nomfuneko and to all of her colleagues and fellow citizens of South Africa. I would now like to introduce Dr. Haytham El-Tuwajri, Senior Advisor at the Saudi Space Commission, who will speak about the history of the space research in the kingdom from 1976 to the present day.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اليوم نحدثكم عن أنشطة المملكة العربية السعودية في قطاع الفضاء ضمن فعاليات إكسبو 2020. فما هي قطاعات الفضاء التي تهتم بها المملكة العربية السعودية وما هي الأنشطة التي تتطلع المملكة في القيام فيها؟ فقطاعات الفضاء مقسمة تقريبا إلى 8 قطاعات. القطاع الأول الذي ابتدأت به المملكة منذ أكثر من 40 عام وهو قطاع الاتصالات، حيث أن المملكة كانت من أوائل الدول التي أدت إلى تأسيس شركة عرب سات بالحصة العظمى في ذلك، وهذا كان في عام 1976 ميلادي. القطاع الآخر الذي تهتم به المملكة العربية السعودية وهي قطاع رصد الأرض ومراقبة الأرض، وبذلك نعني أقمار الاستشعار عن بعد التي تزودنا بكافة البيانات الفضائية عن سطح الكرة الأرضية، كذلك أقمار المناخ وأقمار الطقس. القطاع الثالث هو الملاحة عبر الأقمار الصناعية، وهذا ما يعرف في الجي بي اس، حيث تستخدم أقمار لتحديد مواقع أو موقعك على سطح الكرة الأرضية بدقة كبيرة جدا، وهذه لها استخدامات كثيرة كما نرى في حياتنا اليومية. القطاع الرابع وهو مركبات الإطلاق، وهو إذا عدنا إلى التاريخ كانت أول مركبة وصلت إلى الفضاء الخارجي كانت مركبة V2 في عام تقريبا 1942. تطورت الصواريخ من تقريبا ذاك الوقت إلى العصر الحالي، حيث أصبحت الصواريخ الآن تعمل عليها الدول لإيصال أقمار صناعية ومهمات أكبر إلى الفضاء في المستقبل. القطاع الخامس وهو أمن الفضاء، وهذا نتحدث عن أمن الفضاء وما يقدمه للدولة من النواحي الأمنية، حيث أن أمن الفضاء جزء متكامل من أمن الدولة، فهذا من القطاعات التي تهتم بها المملكة العربية السعودية. القطاع السادس وهو علوم الفضاء واكتشافه، وهذا يتركز في الأبحاث العلمية التي تقوم بها الهيئة بالاشتراك مع الجهات الأخرى في المملكة في تطوير أبحاث في خدمة مجال قطاع الفضاء تعود بالفائدة على المملكة العربية السعودية وعلى المجتمع العالمي بأجمعه. القطاع السابع وهو الرحلات المأهولة، وهذا يعني ولله الحمد المملكة العربية السعودية كانت أول دولة ترسل رائد فضاء عربي مسلم، وكان ذلك في عام 1985 حيث انطلق صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلطان بن سلمان في رحلة STS 51G لمدة 7 أيام دار فيها حول كوكب الكرة الأرضية. القطاع الأخير والثامن وهو أنشطة الفضاء الناشئة، وبذلك نتحدث عن الأنشطة مثل التخلص من الحطام الفضائي، كذلك ننظر إلى استخدام الموارد الطبيعية في الفضاء بما في ذلك التعدين في الفضاء وكيف ممكن استغلال هذه في مهمات أخرى. ذكرنا قبل قليل أن المملكة ابتدأت في قطاع الفضاء في مجال الاتصالات في عام 1976، وذلك بتأسيس عرب سات التي امتلكت المملكة العربية السعودية الحصة الأكبر وهي في تقريبا 37%. بعد ذلك تقريبا بسنة واحدة تم تأسيس مدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية التي كان لها الدور الكبير في البداية في تأسيس قطاع الفضاء في المملكة إلى أن تم إنشاء الهيئة. وفي عام 1985 كانت أول رحلة لرائد فضاء عربي مسلم والتي تم ذكرها لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلطان بن سلمان، والذي انطلق في STS 51G وتم إطلاق قمر صناعي باسم عرب سات 1B وهو القمر الثاني للاتصالات، وكان سمو الأمير أخصائي الحمولة في هذه المهمة. بعدها بسنة واحدة تأسس في مدينة الملك عبد العزيز المركز السعودي للاستشعار عن بعد، الذي تحول إلى المركز الوطني للاستشعار عن بعد في مدينة الملك عبد العزيز، وكان مسؤول عن جميع الأقمار الصناعية التي تستخدمها المملكة في رصد الأرض، في مراقبة الأرض، في الحصول على البيانات، من سواء كانت بيانات رادارية أو بيانات مرئية. في عام 2000 تأسس معهد بحوث الفضاء والطيران في مدينة الملك عبد العزيز، وبذلك كانت أول توجه إلى صنع وبناء الأقمار الصناعية، بحيث أن في عام 1999 تم إطلاق أول قمر صناعي سعودي 1A و 1B، وكانت أقمار منخفضة المدار تستخدم للاتصالات، والهدف المرجو منها هو التمكين وبناء الانفراستراكشر والكفاءات اللازمة للقيام وخوض تجربة ناجحة في قطاع الفضاء. تلا ذلك تقريبا ب 15 سنة إطلاق برنامج لإطلاق الأقمار السعودية خلال كل سنتين، واستمر هذا الموضوع إلى تقريبا نهاية عام 2018 في ديسمبر، حيث تم تأسيس الهيئة السعودية للفضاء برئاسة صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلطان بن سلمان، وأوكلت الهيئة بإدارة قيادة المملكة في قطاع الفضاء وأخذه إلى ما تحدثنا عنه اللي هو سبيس 4.0 قبل قليل. رأت المملكة في وضعها للاستراتيجية الوطنية للفضاء والسياسات أن يكون هناك عدة مبادئ توجيهية ضرورية تقود هذه الاستراتيجية وتقود هذا الكيان. فعلى سبيل المثال الاستراتيجية يجب أن تكون طموحة، فبما أن أهم المبادئ أن تكون استراتيجية طموحة بحيث تتطلع نحو مستقبل يعزز الابتكار وتطور قطاع الفضاء في المملكة. كذلك هي استراتيجية شاملة حيث تحوي على الشمولية وتدير كافة أنشطة الفضاء على مستوى كل الفئات والتقنيات ذات الصلة لقطاع الفضاء في المملكة. كذلك المملكة تتوائم في أنشطتها الفضائية مع الأنشطة الفضائية القائمة في العالم، حيث أن المملكة العربية السعودية ضمن اللجنة السلمية لاستخدام الفضاء الخارجي التابعة للأمم المتحدة، فالموائمة كانت إحدى المبادئ المهمة التي رأتها الهيئة. كذلك السلمية، برنامج الفضاء السعودي والهيئة السعودية للفضاء هي جهة سلمية تلبي الاحتياجات المتعلقة بالسلام في قطاع الفضاء للمملكة، وترمي إلى النهوض بهذا القطاع والنهوض بالمواطنين في المملكة لتحقيق ما فيه خير ومصلحة المملكة والبشرية. كذلك المملكة كونها إحدى أعضاء الأمم المتحدة ومصادقة على الاتفاقيات والمعاهدات، فمن المبادئ التوجيهية الالتزام بالأنظمة والمعاهدات الدولية التي أبرمتها المملكة مع هذه الدول الأخرى. كذلك نرى أن من تجربة العالم في قطاع الفضاء وسبيس 3.0 أن الفضاء للجميع، فالإشراك والاستباقية في إلهام الجيل الجديد ومشاركة الأجيال الجديدة وكذلك الشراكات الدولية من أهم المبادئ التوجيهية. وفي الأخير يجب أن نتذكر الواقعية، فمهما وضعنا من أحلام ومن خطط في الاستراتيجية يجب أن نراعي أنها تكون واقعية وتأخذ بعين الاعتبار القدرات الحالية الموجودة للمملكة. بعد ذلك قامت الهيئة بتطوير سياسات الفضاء للمملكة العربية السعودية، وكان أهم السياسات تتلخص في 4 نقاط، وهي سياسة تعزيز وتنمية الاقتصاد والابتكار في المملكة، وهذا يتوائم مع تطلعات المملكة لرؤية 2030، حيث انطلاق المملكة في قطاع الفضاء يزيد من الفرص ويزيد من الأعمال التي لا تستوجب الاعتماد على النفط، فبذلك يؤثر على التنمية الاقتصادية، ويكون بذلك الفضاء هو دافع للوطن لتعزيز وتطوير التقنيات والإسهام في توزيع وتنويع واستخدام الاقتصاد المحلي. كذلك من الأهداف السياسية للهيئة السعودية للفضاء هي تعزيز الأمن الوطني، وذلك باستخدام البنية التحتية والتقنيات الموجودة في قطاع الفضاء وأنظمة الفضاء سواء لحماية المواطنين من الكوارث الطبيعية لا سمح الله أو من الكوارث التي قد تكون من فعل الإنسان. من الأهداف السياسية للهيئة كذلك في مجال الفضاء هو تعزيز التعاون الدولي بين الدول، هو أحد الأهداف السياسية للمملكة في قطاع الفضاء. آخر هدف سياسي وهو قد يكون الأهم وهو تنمية رأس المال البشري في المملكة، وبذلك نعني أن تطوير الكفاءات المحلية وتحديدا في مجال تقنيات الفضاء المعنية وعلوم الفضاء، وبذلك تكون المملكة تقود المنطقة في هذا المجال وتقود كما قادت سابقا في انطلاق سمو الأمير سلطان بن سلمان كأول رائد فضاء عربي مسلم. وبذلك أطلعناكم على بعض من ما تقوم به هيئة السعودية للفضاء، وشكرا لكم.
Thank you so much, Dr. Haytham. I would like to welcome Marcel Fracht, Vice Chairman of the Slovak Organization for Space Activities, here to speak to us about numerous exciting projects harnessing the potential of space technology.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to tell you about our company, SpaceManic, and our journey from the first Slovak satellite to a project involving high-energy astrophysics. My name is Marcel Fracht. We are a startup company in the field of space technology focused on small satellite components and CubeSat integration. Our origins are in the Slovak Organization for Space Activities, which was founded in 2009. The organization is focused on popularization of STEM fields, doing own research and development, and supporting entry of Slovakia to European Space Agency. The biggest project was SK-Cube, the first Slovak satellite. It was developed completely from the ground up by Slovak engineers, students and companies, demonstrating our capabilities not only to Slovak public, but also to our neighbors, Europe and the whole world. In a rough timeline, the work began in 2007 with high-altitude balloon platforms, and in 2011 the work on the satellite itself started. After completion, it was successfully launched to space in 2017. From a technical point of view, it was a 1-unit CubeSat, which means a cube with a side of 10 centimeters, weighing around 1 kilogram. It is still orbiting Earth at an altitude of approximately 500 kilometers. It was completely built in-house and operated from our own ground station, also involving radio amateur community from the whole world. The first data reception happened half an hour after launch, and the last approximately 2 years after that. The results include 5 years of development involving approximately 50 people, more than 500 days of continuous operation of power supply unit and radio components. 19 out of 22 experiments were successfully done, and all this by one country, 3 universities and approximately 20 companies. We were also able to do 8 academic theses and had countless opportunities for community engagement. When the satellite stopped working, we could not, and we were already working on GRB Alpha project, which is our next endeavor. It is going to detect gamma ray bursts, which are highly energetic astrophysical phenomena. The experiment itself is built by Hungarian, Japanese and Czech scientists under the leadership of Norbert Werner. The satellite is going to be a precursor or technology demonstration project for Camelot constellation. It's supposed to verify designs of the payload or the experiment and also our platform, which is built completely on flight heritage from SK-Cube components. We are including improved computer and radios and introducing a modular platform design. The detection itself is based around a scintillator, which is a crystal that generates photons or light particles when engaged with highly energetic particles from space. These events are time-stamped using a GNSS receiver and sent to Earth. The prototype of this device is already on board VZLOSat number 2, built by Czech Aerospace Research Center. The constellation itself is planned to have at least 9 3-unit CubeSat satellites, built around proven technology from GRB Alpha demonstration and providing all-sky monitoring of these astronomical phenomena. GRB Alpha project was also entered into an IAF competition for a free launch of a 1-unit CubeSat satellite by GK Launch Services. We were able to win second place in this competition and are waiting for our launch in March 2021. Our Czech branch is also currently being incubated in a business incubation center in Brno. This provides us not only with funding, but more importantly with mentoring, networking opportunities, and are helping us in a startup world. For future of SpaceManic, we already have cooperation with 2 Czech companies, one of them being before mentioned Czech Aerospace Research Center, where we already delivered solar panels and GPS component for their satellite, which is due to launch in December this year. Another satellite project is called BDSat and is a technological experiment with company BD Sensors and their pressure sensors and supercapacitor technology. But you tell me what is our future. We are looking for partners and experiments we can flight on our satellites. Thank you for your time, and if you want to contact us, you can visit us on our website spacemanic.com or write us an email at info@spacemanic.com.
I would now like to welcome Mattias Hansson, who is the Program and Communications Manager of the Swedish Pavilion at Expo 2020, and who will moderate a short series of interviews on, among other things, the country's plan for Expo Space Week and its role in the future of space exploration.
Welcome to Sweden at Expo 2020. Today, let's talk about space. Ladies and gentlemen, we're floating into space, and there will be no Space Week at the Expo 2020 in the Swedish Pavilion without our own program manager, Cecilia Hertz. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
So what will we as visitors and participants experience during the Space Week in the Swedish Pavilion?
The fundament will of course be space for sustainability, because that's what we really want to showcase during this week and see how we, by exploring space, can actually contribute to our everyday life here on Earth, and by that also reach the Agenda 2030. We will highlight special areas like space for future food production, and maybe a bit more unexpected space for wildlife, how space technology can contribute to stop poaching.
Space activities is really what we're all about, co-creation for innovation, true?
Indeed, and I can't think of a better platform than Expo 2020 to explore this together.
See you there, we're looking forward.
Indeed, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our second guest today is Anna Ratzman. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you so much.
So Sweden has been amazing 60 years in space, so to speak. What have we achieved that the community can benefit from?
That's a really small question. No, we have achieved a lot because, you know, we have had a lot of national satellites, that we have had also a lot of collaboration with a lot of scientists around the world with these satellites that have been very successful. And also we have established a rocket range, S-range, in the north of Sweden, that have collaborated with a lot of countries. I think it's very important that we still keep our position because we have a next Swedish satellite, is a climate satellite, will be launched next year, called MATS.
So in 2021?
2021. And also we have taken initiatives with an ESA, European Space Agency, about the climate satellite. It could be a constellation called Arctic Weather Satellite. And they're going to deliver a service that everyone needs to have to give into to understand better the environment and everything.
So what do you think that Sweden can bring to the table when we discuss with our European counterparts in how to take on space in the future?
Even though we are quite small, we are highly respected because I think we are really looking into the best for the whole community. And also, we are also very interested to achieve some very good results, because I think that we have a democratic country that try to achieve as much as possible for the all 22 member states.
Thank you so much, Anna, for taking time to visit us here in the studio, and looking forward to see you in Dubai at Expo 2020.
Me too.
See you.
Thank you.
I'm so proud to introduce to you my final guest here today, Professor and astronaut Christer Fuglesang. Welcome, Christer.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
So, how can we safely and productively explore new frontiers?
One of the most basic things for everything we do in space, in particular when we have a human space flight, is that we always try to be safe and think ahead of what can happen and what precautions can we make, and practice for everything that could go wrong, at least which we can think of. But what we definitely is doing now is we have the International Space Station, which has been manned now for almost 20 years. And that is partly so we can learn and prepare in a safe way to go further in space, to go back to the moon, to go to Mars. So the International Space Station is one very concrete step to safely go further in space.
When will we explore Mars?
You know, for many years, I said in 25 years. I guess for 25 years, I said in 25 years. But now I'm starting to converge. I think that sometime in 2030s, we will go there.
Space has always fascinated youngsters, right? And you know that. You have written a few children books.
Yes.
What have you learned are the best way to inspire the young generation to take on the exploration of space?
To combine the kind of just the vision and a little bit of maybe fantasy of wow, the space, the stars, what you can do, and wow, what can we imagine if we go there. I have a little short video I made when I'm playing with the water, which I kind of started put out from a. Normally you drink water from a bag with a straw, but you just let it float out, and then it floats like a little bit of a ball. I can call it the water world, and then I put some candies on it and I eat it, and it's been super popular among children.
So one last question for you, Christer. How do you think we best can meet up the important theme for the next year's World Space Week, which is women in space?
I think the best way is to show how many excellent, outstanding women have been and are involved in space. I mean, nowadays, most of the time almost there's at least one female astronaut on the space station. I think that will inspire more young women to kind of want to work with space.
Thank you so much, Christer Fuglesang, Swedish astronaut and professor. Thank you for coming, and looking forward to meet you again at Expo 2020 in Dubai, hopefully.
Me too. I'm really looking forward to Dubai in 2021.
2020, but in 2021, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
You have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias, and all his interviewees for an insightful session. For our final lightning round of the day, I would like to introduce Anthony Murphet of the Australian Space Agency to highlight the space sector contribution to the country's economy and to the global space sector.
Hello, I'm Anthony Murphet, Deputy Head of the Australian Space Agency. The agency was established in July 2018 to transform and grow the Australian space sector. We're aiming to triple the size of Australia's space industry to 12 billion and create 20,000 new jobs by 2030. Although the Australian Space Agency is relatively new, Australia has a long history in space. We established an active sounding rocket program in 1958, supporting Europe and the UK with several launches from Woomera in South Australia. We formalised our relationship with NASA in 1960, becoming host to the largest number of NASA tracking stations outside the United States. Today, the Canberra Deep Space Network is an essential part of NASA's Deep Space Network. When Apollo 11 made its first successful landing on the moon, our nation was instrumental in broadcasting that one giant leap to the world. Our Parkes Observatory was also critical during the Apollo 13 emergency to track and communicate with astronauts on board. Today, Australia's collaboration with NASA includes agreements with the Australian Space Agency, Geoscience Australia, CSIRO and the Australian Antarctic Division. It's a collaboration that extends to all states and territories, supporting areas like vehicle tracking, robotics and automation, and optical communications. The Australian Space Agency is building on our history and strengths to create a strong future for Australia in space and contribute to the global space economy. The agency has identified 4 main pillars to reach this goal. Increasing capability nationally to grow Australian businesses and build on our existing strengths. Opening doors to international opportunities by leveraging our bilateral and multilateral partnerships, including working with other space agencies. Being responsible in our regulation, risk and culture to ensure we find the appropriate balance between fostering entrepreneurship and promoting a space culture that is safe, globally respected and meets our international obligations. And of course, inspiring Australians and the next generation of the space workforce to create an engaged and excited population who are ready to take new jobs and grow our space industry. In the 2 years since the establishment of the agency, we have launched 3 programs, each aimed at investing into the Australian space industry in line with our strategic pillars. The first is the Space Infrastructure Fund, through which we are funding space facilities across Australia to fill infrastructure gaps for Australian space companies. These include Australia's first Mission Control Centre, a national facility for small to medium enterprises and researchers to control their satellites and space missions right here in Australia. A new space data analysis facility is also on the cards, which will improve data analysis capability in the areas of Earth observations, space missions, and space situational awareness. We also have a space automation, artificial intelligence, and robotics control complex. This will enable industry to leverage Australia's capabilities in remote asset management on Earth and show it can be used in space, including in low Earth orbit, around and on the moon, to Mars and beyond. The next program to build our space industry focuses on developing our international engagement. The International Space Investment Initiative supports Australians that are involved with international space agencies or established programs. Comprising of 10 agency-funded projects, the initiative is supporting the production of CubeSats to enable Australian products to enter global supply chains, the development of the next generation of compression spacesuits to improve human health on Earth, and we're building a tool to assess the real risks of satellites from collisions and other satellites and space debris. Our final program is supporting NASA's inspirational plans to return to the moon and travel onto Mars. This initiative is a $150 million program to fuel the growth of Australian businesses so they can succeed in national and international space supply chains while also supporting NASA on its Moon to Mars endeavours. The Moon to Mars initiative will also support Australian businesses and researchers to develop and demonstrate their space capabilities to support future space missions. In doing so, it will further contribute flagship Australian space capability to NASA's pioneering Artemis program and inspire our nation. The Australian Space Agency may be emerging, but we're building on a long history in space. By playing to our strengths, we're gaining momentum and building our future and growing our economy while we're at it. With this tremendous momentum and clear areas of strengths, Australia's space sector will be an integral part of Australia's future economy. We look forward to partnering with our international counterparts to support the growth of the space economy around the world. Thank you.
A huge thank you to all who contributed to our lightning round today. There is so much to unpack and so much to be excited about as we look forward to the Event Time Space Week that will be in full swing next year. We will recommence shortly with our second Expo-led panel session of the day, which will begin in a few minutes. See you then. Welcome back to day 2 of our pre-Expo Space Week event. In a few minutes, I would like to invite my colleague, Hindal Awais, who is the Vice President of Participant Management at Expo 2020, to launch us into a riveting discussion on the topic of women in space.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers, and guests, welcome to the Women in Space panel discussion for the Pre-Expo Space Week, and thank you for dedicating your time to join us today. My name is Hind El Awais. I am the Vice President of Participant Management, and I have the honor to be your moderator today. Allow me first to introduce our speakers. Dr. Orshea Farand, Ministerial Commissioner for Space Research in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and the Hungarian Head of Delegation to the European Space Agency. Ms. Ercilia Vaudo, Chief Diversity Officer at the European Space Agency. Dr. Hala El-Jassar, Member of Space and Climate Physics Research Group at Kuwait University. Dr. Michaelin Thomas, Head of Affordability at Virgin Orbit, and Fatma Al-Shamsi, Acting Head of Space Regulations and Policy at the UAE Space Agency. Today, we have the honor of having 5 amazing women leading in their respective organizations to discuss some of the priority issues around women in the space sector. I look forward to your comments and contributions and insights. Once the panel has concluded, we will allocate to our viewers around 10 minutes for an open Q&A session. And around 1:50 p.m., we will close the session with a concluding remark and a statement from Ms. Simonetta Di Pippo, the Director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Before we begin our panel, I would like to share with you Expo's vision on the issue of gender equality and women's empowerment. Our leadership has dedicated itself to ensuring that this issue is centrally addressed in everything we do at Expo by mainstreaming this topic across every thematic weekend and issue that we will address. We also have a women's pavilion. It is an Expo 2020 pavilion in collaboration with Cartier under the title of New Perspectives. In this pavilion, we aim to recognize the central role women have played throughout history until today and demonstrate that when women thrive, all of humanity thrives. We hope that this will result in a new understanding and a shift in perspectives that acknowledges that the only way to peace, prosperity, and sustainability is through the full and equal participation of women. So without further ado, I would like to begin our panel discussion and welcome our panelists. Thank you for joining us today. When speaking about the space sector, it is widely recognized that females are underrepresented in the industry. According to UNUSA, only 11% of the world's astronauts are women, 28.8% of the world's STEM researchers are women, and 20% of the world's space workforce are women. Dr. Orshea, Hungary has done phenomenal work in encouraging women and girls, and you yourself are a testament to female leadership in the space sector. Could you share with us from a national perspective the strategies employed by your country to encourage women's participation and leadership in this industry?
Thank you very much. First of all, I must say that in Hungary, as everywhere in the EU, a lot of female university students we have. So at the beginning of the career of a female or a woman, we see quite nice numbers at the universities. But if we look straight along the careers, the way of life of these women, we see that somewhere in the middle ages of their life, they appear from the career, from the official possibilities to work with this skill. What is the problem? They are clever, they are skilled, they have a lot of possibilities, but they disappear from the career ways. Why? I think because the women have to choose between dreams. Somewhere in the middle of their day. Family, children, and on the other hand, career. This is a hard decision. But I think that we really need the point of views of the women, skills of the women, the ways of solutions made by the women, so we don't want to lose them. What can we do? In Hungary, the government made a very strict decision to support the women in the possibility of the free choice. How can a government help them? We introduced a lot of financial tools and devices to help them if they want family, if they want baby or babies. For example, we introduced the graduate childcare allowance, but it means that if you are a student, a university student, but you want to start a family life, we will support you with an increased childcare allowance. We introduced the grandparents' childcare allowance. If you have parents who can help you, and that you want to work in your professional life, but on the other hand you have babies, we will support your parents, your mother, to carry out to look after the babies when you work in a full-time job. We introduced a personal income tax exemption for 4 children. If you are a woman who have 4 or more children, you don't have to pay any personal income tax. It means that we, from the governmental side, we declare that to have a family is an equally hard work like any other professional work. And we have some other more. For example, just one more, we have a lot, but one more, Women 40. This is a name of a program in which you can choose after 40-year eligibility period to decide yourself, and if you want to retire, to be retiremented, you can choose this. This is very important. So what we would like to offer to the women, and especially for the women in the STEM sector, which is very important for us to see enough women in the STEM sector. We have to help them to have the possibility of the free choice, and we don't want to lose them after the university years. That's what we could offer to the women, and we really encourage them to choose the STEM career, because as I see from my life, I have 4 children, and as I see from my life, in the technology sector, in the STEM sector, and even in the space sector, the way of thinking of the women is different from the way of thinking of the men, and we need both. We need both this approach and the men's approach, let's say. And if we want to keep them in the game, we have to help them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think that learning about the various national strategies is quite important, so that one day these national strategies become part and parcel of our the offerings and the support that is extended to women, and so that we no longer have to have this conversation of having to choose between career or a personal life. So thank you so much for that insight, and I'm very excited to also hear from Fatima from a UAE perspective, perhaps, so that we can get 2 perspectives of a national strategy. How have we in the UAE, and from your position in the UAE Space Agency, what are the strategies also from a national perspective to encourage women to take a leading role, to participate in the sector?
Thank you, Hind. The continuous efforts of the UAE comes from its deep value and recognition of the essence of space and its significant impact on improving the daily lives of humans. One of the tools or strategies is the National Space Strategy 2030, which sets the general framework for the UAE industry and activities carried out by the public and private sector for the years leading up to 2030. It's also noting that the space sector of the UAE is an active contributor towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And specifically, if I was to mention SDG 5, which is on gender balance. When talking about the gender balance, the National Space Strategy actually includes an ongoing initiative focusing on stimulating and retaining space sector personnel while taking gender balance into account. The space professionals, of course, as we know, acquire high and unique skills and expertise that are compatible with space projects and various practical experiences. So the initiatives that we are working on aims at preserving these competencies in the space sector, while of course focusing on the female competencies in the field. And how are we going to achieve that is by supporting national institutions in the space sector to develop plans to motivate their specialized personnel by raising awareness of these institutions about the best practices applied to provide incentives for professionals through unique and stimulating career development programs. Secondly, by raising awareness of women accomplishment in the space field. This is to encourage them to take pride in their own achievements. And of course, by the development of governance and innovative and gender balanced work systems. And finally, by maintaining an attractive work environment. This is when it comes to the National Space Strategy. However, when we talk about the UAE as a whole, today we have a gender balance strategy that is focusing on all of the various sectors, regardless where if it was focusing on space or the other sectors. The strategy focuses on how are we going to encourage women to go into STEM education, how are we going to empower women into taking leadership positions. And of course, this is evident and it is taken seriously by the agency, where we see today we have the space policy specialist who's is a woman in my field as well. We have other fields as well where women are taking the leads, whether it's in engineering or from a policy or a technical aspect.
Absolutely. Thank you, Fatma. And as an Emirati woman myself, I attest to that. And we have many leaders that we look up to who have forged the way, that have really broken the glass ceiling for us. And we're so grateful to these women. So let's zoom out a little and take perhaps think about a regional approach. And here, Ercilia, I want to ask you the question. We've talked about space having a male-dominated narrative. Can you share your views, what that really means?
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here today. Yes, Mrs. Ferenc already put the issues of space on the table. When you mention the astronauts, we have to think about the fact, okay, we had only, they say 12 women in space all over the whole adventure of space. But we also had only, for instance, in Europe, when we had our first selection, only 12% of women applying. And the same happened at the latest selection in 2008, only 12% of women applying. So it looks like they don't even dream, they don't even let them to dream to be an astronaut, the girls in Europe. And this is something that we will correct, and we will really, have a completely different campaign coming for the next selection on astronauts that in particular, in a way, highlights the contribution that being an astronaut has, not just in a technological sense. We don't go to space to colonize, we don't go to space to conquer, we don't go to space to prevail one on another. We go to space because we are part of the same humankind, caring about our environment, caring about our future generations. And this is a narrative that is much more inclusive and less technologically oriented. So is really something that brings a different approach. Now, what is also important to say is that the STEM is really, how can I say, it's really where the empowerment of women can be amplified. The Women Economic Forums tell us that will take 257 years to get to gender equality in particular in economics. The thing is not shocking the 257, it's shocking the fact that last year it was only 212 years to get the economics empowerment. So it means that we are not just not progressing, we are even regressing. And why is that? How do they explain this? It's because there are not enough women in STEM, which are the places where we imagine and make possible the future. These are the places where career advancement and salary advancement are the strongest, where job opportunities are the highest. And also these are the skills of the 70% of the new jobs of the future. So we need, the revolution will be there when enough women and enough, I'll let you to decide, but for me it's even more than 50%, will be able to be there, to occupy that places. And this starts very early, this sense of empowerment, the STEM identity in a girl and in a boy, but in particular in a girl, takes place at elementary school. So we should start there. We should, in a way, be able to get this desire to go further. Let me tell you something. You know, the word desire comes from Latin and comes from desidera esse, be far from the stars. So we all want to reach out to something bigger than us, to something that in a way is beyond us, and is this desire that we have to activate in the little girls already from elementary schools.
Thank you, Ercilia. That's beautifully said. When speaking about activating the desire to learn at an early stage, to dream, and I think you've put it so well that it starts with us imagining, dreaming of ourselves being somewhere beyond what is available to us right now. And so for somebody who has actively been heralding the new generation of women in STEM, Dr. Hala Al-Jassar, in your university, I know that perhaps the ratio of women is higher, but what is, in your opinion, the key to ensuring that this ratio remains, to ensuring that it grows bigger, and to ensuring that the pipeline between education and career in the space sector is not a leaky one, in a sense?
Right, okay. First, I would like to thank you having me here in this panel. And I will give you my experience being both as a mother and I work at the same time at the physics department at Kuwait University, where I teach satellite remote sensing courses in the engineering physics, and I lead the climate and space physics research group. And being, as you said, like a role walking model, it is very true that girls are far more likely to feel empowered in STEM when they have, or when they know another woman in the STEM field and working closely to her. I will give you like a quick example where we have, just to show you, at Kuwait University, we have like more than 70% of females students in general for all colleges. And we just initiated last year this small project, which is a space project in which the student, graduate student and undergraduate, they will work together to design and build nanosatellite. And let me tell you, this project actually is funded by KFAS. Let me tell you, like 66% of the team, they are females. And they are, you know, working together with their male colleagues, and they have the passion to learn. They have the passion to learn about designing and building the nanosatellites. So there is no problem in this. Coming back to what you said, how to encourage women to pursue a career in STEM, which is very important. I believe that actually women need support. This is very important. They need support from community and from the society, especially if they will take care of their own family, like us, like me and my other colleague in this panel. And this basically very important. So the women actually, usually the women, they come to this problem. They have to choose to have both family and career at the same time. And this is the main actually key point where we have to solve it, and to make sure that we don't have this leak of graduate females when they finish the university and they go to careers in STEM. So in general, women, let me tell you, women, they are capable of conducting multitask compared to men. And this is basically good, and with respect to this talent that the women they have. But with time management and society support, they can continue, with their STEM career, and they need to keep themselves updated with the talent development and technology and science once they get to their career basically area, and they need also to work with other women, participating in conferences, workshops, seminars. It's very important. Why I'm saying this? Because this is where the women, they gather, and this is where they communicate with each other on the international and national level. And in such participation, actually women, they can keep up with the high standard in their career, and they will be more able to make a change in this world once they are given the chance to lead. I believe this is, a crucial, basically, point. Coming to the other part of the question, how to encourage more women and girls in STEM studies, we need to actually show kids that actually STEM is not boring, it's fun. And it's not just equations and formula when you talk about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It is very important that children in school, they see demonstrations on how STEM, it is related to everyday objects in our world. This is very important. Also, the mentorship. Mentorship is really important. Finding the mentorship early in children's life is very important. And this is actually can be found from the parents, or they can be found from the school, the community. Role models is really very important. We need to inspire the girls' interest in the STEM fields, and we need to show them examples of female scientists in the textbooks, for example, or in the social media. This is very important. Another thing, actually, having science, engineering clubs where young girls, they can work together. It's important. That will give them the chance to learn more about different possibilities in the STEM field. Okay, so this is answering the question.
Thank you, Doctora. I think we have gained so much insight, and you've really had me thinking now about all the different strategies. But I do want to bring in Dr. Michaelin Thomas. I think you are, one of a kind, really. Your background was not in STEM per se, but you have made yourself a leader in this field. You have overseen Virgin Orbit's project. You are working actively on ensuring diversity, on the inclusion of women in decision making in your company. And so, we've heard from a national sort of perspective, what are the right strategies that we need to pursue to close the gap. We know that the unconscious biases that we hold are really something that we need to address. And so from where you are standing, from the perspective of your company and your own personal perspective, what can you leave us with?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. It truly is an honor and a privilege to be speaking to you today. Well, first, I'd like to talk a little bit about Virgin Orbit. Founded by Sir Richard Branson, Virgin Orbit provides dedicated, responsive, and affordable launch services for small satellites. Virgin Orbit's flagship vehicle is Launcher One, a flexible launch platform for commercial and government-built satellites. So really, to get into your question, at Virgin Orbit, in addition to me being the head of affordability, I am also the executive sponsor for our Teammates for Women Empowerment group. This group was started with the purpose of driving positive change to provide a transformational experience to our employees through a shared vision of women empowerment. This group's mission is to create a trusted environment to share experiences, ideas, and strategies that strengthen career success by promoting inclusivity in the workplace and engaging the Virgin Orbit community through event and workshops. The ultimate objective is to promote opportunities for expanded networks and professional growth for our women employees. It's absolutely critical that all women leaders in this sector serve as role models and mentors for the existing and upcoming aspiring women leaders. We can never get too comfortable being the only woman in the room, and it's really our job to open doors for other women and really providing that strong mentorship and that coaching and that encouragement. And further, reaching out to the community and schools to strengthen educational opportunities for girls. We can encourage them to pursue STEM education and ultimately careers.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. I couldn't agree more. We have a few minutes before we need to wrap up, so I think the question that I would like to pose to everybody: who are your heroes, your role models, your mentors? And let's have a quick round, and we'll start with you, Dr. Thomas.
Wow, well, that is such a wonderful question. I'm actually really inspired by the women that I get to work with and women that have really paved the way. That's what really gives me my motivation, because it really shows that we all belong here and we all have a voice. So each woman on this panel here, including our wonderful moderator, you really inspire me to do what I do, especially seeing the young girls with bright eyes that want to pursue STEM, and they just need to know how to open that door for themselves. That's what really, really inspires me.
Thank you. Please keep on doing the work that you're doing. Keep on building networks. Keep on inspiring young girls, and we look forward to having you, and in our expo when we open, to talk more about this important issue. Dr. Jassar, your role model.
Well, naturally, because I work at the academic institute, Kuwait University. It's the whole woman, all women who work with me at the Kuwait University. We see each other and we encourage each other. And let me tell you, our department, physics department chairwoman, she's a woman, okay? And we are proud of her. Also, we had many years ago, 20 years ago, the first president of Kuwait University, and she was a woman. And all these basically women, they are role models for us, and we encourage each other. So this is regarding the working place. On general, you have many examples around us as role models in the field that we are working in. Like, for example, I'm working in the space technology, so there are many examples that I can see as role models. Okay, a short answer.
Thank you. Fatima, your hero.
I couldn't agree more with my guest speakers as well. And if there's an ultimate model that I would say that appears to me is His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, for his great visions. He's like, what inspires me is that he likes to take challenges and transform them into opportunities. He's someone who's constantly striving to reach new horizons, especially when it comes to space. And last but most importantly, when it comes to his role in supporting youth and gender balance. And I would like to share one of his favorite quotes with you is that, quoting him, they say the sky is the limit for ambition. We say the sky is only the beginning. And this is evident from all of his actions in supporting women in STEM and the various fields, and of course, space specifically.
Thank you, Fatma. That's really beautiful. Ursilia, your hero.
Yes, let me mention a personal role model, which is my mother. She is a biologist and chemist, and in a moment of history where it was not easy, I come from south of Italy and was not easy to get in this subject. She believed in the power of science, and to encourage my brothers and myself to be exposed to science, she used to put on the jars with salt or sugar or other cooking stuff only the chemical formula. And so you can imagine when at 9 I mixed the baking soda with the sugar frost, but still it was a great way to get us exposed and not be afraid also of failure or making mistakes as a way to learning. So I really have to say she's still an inspiration in this sense.
That's really beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with us. Last but not least, Dr. Orshia, your inspiration.
My inspiration came from my parents' life. My mother is also an engineer and teacher, and she was always enough brave to start something new. And it was a wonderful example for me and my daughters, who are also enough brave to be equal with everybody else. And on the other hand, all the women who are enough brave all around the world to open the doors, to enter the doors, and to declare that, hey, we are here and we are a really important part of this game.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all of you for sharing your insights. Thank you for sharing your visions, your speaking your truth, and for highlighting not only the importance of these strategies that we adopt on a national level, on an intergovernmental level, on an institutional level, whether from the private sector or from academia, but also for stressing that there is nothing more powerful than first of all, allowing ourselves to dream and allowing ourselves as women to project into the spaces that we want to be in, and for stressing that really we're in this together, for highlighting the importance of women supporting each other, for creating the networks that will allow us to advance. And with that, I want to extend to you an invitation to join us when we open our doors to continue the conversation. We've only begun to scratch the surface. We have discussed so many more issues with you, like the use of space-enabled technologies for achieving the SDGs, for promoting gender equality, an inclusive space economy, which is now more than 400 billion, and to ensure that women in this sector are not left behind, but really are at the forefront, and included in the whole value chain. We draw our inspiration from so many women who have broken the glass ceiling before us, For me, it's Maryam al-Astrolabiya in 11th century Syria who advanced the making of the astrolabes, and something that we don't really recognize and is not central in our history books. And so when we have our conversations at Expo, we hope that you would join us. We hope that we are able to change the narratives and actions towards women in space. And with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you so much to everyone, panelists and audience, for contributing to such an important and timely debate around the potential of women in the space industry. We will now hear from a leading light in that industry, Simonetta Di Pipo, astrophysicist and director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs.
Speakers, dear participants. It is with great honor that I speak at this event very close to my heart. The role of women and girls in science is undeniable, even more in space exploration. The list of famous and critically important women in space exploration is very long, and it is still expanding. Dozens of female astronauts have flown to space, and others on the ground are working on breakthrough technologies that help us push forward not only in space exploration, but in making life on Earth easier and better. Only recently, we witnessed the first ever all-female spacewalk, the longest single mission ever by a female astronaut. Or we were amazed by the young talented lady who led development of a computer program that made the first image of a black hole possible. While these are all great news, there is always the potential for more. We have much work ahead of us to finally achieve gender equality in virtually every sector, including STEM and space. Right now, 2.8 billion women and girls are living in countries that are failing to do enough to empower them, and the pace of progress is very disappointing. Data from the Global Gender Gap Report, collected by the World Economic Forum, suggests that it will take almost 100 years to close the overall gender gap and staggering 257 years to achieve parity in economic participation and opportunity. The space sector is unfortunately no exception when it comes to disparities between men and women. And for me, as a woman, as a space professional, but even more as a human, it is very disappointing to see that in 2020, we are still yet to make the most of what women and girls can offer in STEM and in space and overall to society. And this feeling is multiplied by the fact that figures have gone almost unchanged for decades. Female participation in the space workforce stagnates at around 20% and drops even lower when we do higher up in the hierarchy in companies and organizations. These are not the statistics any of us would like to see 6 decades after we kicked off the space age. And we can all do our best to ensure that each year in the future we can report better and better numbers until we achieve what we all strive for, gender parity in fields that have constantly proven to change the world. I personally have been working to make this happen for years. I co-founded Women in Aerospace Europe to support the young generation to come and contribute in shaping our future. Also, I'm a member of the International Gender Champions, a leadership network that brings together female and male decision makers to break down gender barriers. And at UNUSA, we are also actively contributing to the global efforts towards empowerment of women and girls. Our Space for Women project aims at strengthening awareness, capacity, and skills of individuals and institutions to promote gender equality in the space sector. It also helps communicate and facilitate access to opportunities in STEM education and the space sector itself. As we progress, We have taken several important steps this year. In February, we officially launched a dedicated Space for Women website, a hub to centralize all the different but interconnected streams falling under the project. And we also kicked off the Space for Women network as an integral part of our effort to address one of the most important reasons for low participation of women and girls in STEM, the lack of role models. The network brings together female role models and mentors from the field to inspire, guide, encourage and support women and girls in tackling STEM education and careers in the space sector. I feel myself sometimes as one of the female heroes I mentioned already, a role model. When kids, several years ago, started to look at me and say, I want to be like you, well, I felt a huge responsibility growing inside me because I was then considered by the youngest generations a model to follow, and therefore I felt I had to become even more a driver for change. We have to overcome a lot of difficulties to be able to do what we, female leaders, have done and continue to do. We want to have an impact. We want to build the future we want, preserving planet Earth, the only home we ever had, at least for the time being. To conclude, I would like to wish you a productive panel discussion, and remember, only together we can make a real difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simonetta. For the first of our final two participant presentations, we turn to the United States.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for Expo 2020 Dubai, Pre-Expo Virtual Space Week. My name is John Ricolta Jr., and I'm the Commissioner General of the United States Pavilion and the United States Ambassador to the UAE. The United States is thrilled to be part of the Pre-Expo virtual program, providing us with an opportunity to preview our pavilion's exhibition, Themes of Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of the Future. We are planning a spectacular exhibition to capture the fascination of Expo visitors. And what could be more captivating than space exploration? As part of our exhibit, the United States will highlight recent achievements in space as well as partnerships between the public and private sectors to demonstrate our cooperation in space exploration. They have American officials from NASA speaking about the cooperation essential for returning Americans to the moon and exploring manned missions to Mars. We'll hear from NASA experts who conduct experiments on soil samples from the moon and who chart the history of NASA, capturing and preserving that history for future generations. And imagining space, we can consider commercial space travel to be something that will become a common reality in our lifetimes, something that must be done safely and securely to ensure the health of scientists and travelers. We have an exciting program for you, connecting minds, creating the future through space exploration and cooperation. Now, let's hear from the experts.
Hi, I'm Jim Green, NASA's Chief Scientist, and I'm here to talk about our plans for human exploration beyond low Earth orbit. These plans involve going to the moon to learn to live and work on a planetary surface, then on to Mars, starting in the 2030s. Let me first talk in more detail about our lunar program called Artemis. In the 2020s, the Artemis program will be divided up into two phases. Artemis Phase 1 includes all our robotic and human activities on and around the moon, anchored around 3 Artemis missions. Let me talk in particular about these missions. Each Artemis mission will use the Space Launch System and the Orion capsule. The first mission, known as Artemis 1, will be launched in November 2021 without astronauts, but it will rendezvous with the moon and then return, allowing all our major systems to be tested. From that experience, we then will launch the Artemis II in 2023. That will be crewed. It will circle the moon and return, enabling us to be ready for the spectacular Artemis III mission. Now, Artemis III will be launched by 2024, allowing us to land the first woman and the next man on the south pole of the moon. Now, we expect this crew to be on the surface more than a week. The Apollos each spent less than 3 days on the moon. Another important element of the Artemis program is that we have all the key hardware contracts in place. And this will ensure that we can return to the moon within these next 4 years and establish a sustainable exploration by the end of the decade. For example, the commercial human landing system is under contract to 3 groups: Blue Origin, Dynetics, and SpaceX. These teams are developing the capability that will take astronauts to and from the surface of the moon. We will down select to one in the future. Gateway is a major commercial and international partner system that is part of the backbone of our long-term exploration plans. In fact, the Canadian Space Agency is very interested in the external robotic activity on Gateway. The Japanese want to be involved in the habitation components and the logistical resupply. ESA, in addition to the habitation, also the refueling. And the Russian Space Agency has also expressed interest in elements yet to be defined. NASA is on track to launch the integrated power and propulsion elements and the habitation and logistics outpost, making up the Gateway in 2023. In fact, we'll have science instruments on the Gateway. Now, all our international partners are talking with us with the Artemis Accords in mind. These lay out basic principles consistent with the Outer Space Treaty that was developed in 1967. Peaceful uses of space, transparency, interoperability, and many other elements are the key to the Artemis Accords. From a scientific experiment basis, NASA will deliver dozens of scientific payloads and technology demonstration instruments to the lunar surface. And we'll do that through the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Initiative, or CLPS. We have already begun this activity with 2 flights that we expect to occur in 2021. Our experiments on the moon will reach a vast set of concepts in terms of understanding volatile cycles, interpreting the impact history of the Earth-Moon system, revealing the record of the ancient sun, observing the universe from a unique location, investigating and mitigating exploration risks to humans. One of the key objectives in going to the South Pole is to get into the permanently shadowed craters. These craters, we believe, contain an enormous amount of water and other volatiles, perhaps as much as several 100 million tons of water exist in the permanently shadowed regions. Now, the in situ research, utilization, and other technologies will be proven on the surface of the moon. These involve surface power, dust mitigation, equipment mobility, and how to operate in such extreme temperatures. All are being planned. Well, that is about all the time I have to give you this brief overview. And we look forward to discussing more about this exciting program. And I hope you will join us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Brian Odom, the acting NASA Chief Historian. My job at NASA involves capturing and preserving the history of all the critical work the agency accomplishes in its missions of human exploration and scientific discovery. Now, these missions go all the way back to the very beginning in terms of the Apollo program, landing human beings on the moon for the first time, current programs like the International Space Station, or ISS, and the Artemis program that will take human beings back to the moon and eventually on to Mars. Obviously, NASA plays a vital role in the space sector. It has for generations now. Since its creation in 1958, NASA has been involved in programs of human spaceflight, great accomplishments, learning great science, programs like the Hubble Space Telescope, the Chandra X-ray Observatory, programs that have just really incredibly expanded our knowledge of both our own planet, the universe, and the universe in our solar system around us. These current programs, we try to stay very involved in those programs to really capture that history and preserve it, and then also communicate it to the public. And I think that's what what's so important about the work that I do in the history office there. When we think about the Apollo program in particular, though, one of the things that continually comes to mind are these space rocks, these moon rocks that were brought back. About 842 pounds of those that were returned. Now, these things tell us about great science. It's about what exactly the composition of the moon was, what its history has been over time, and how it compares to our own experience here on Earth. But those rocks also serve another very vital, important function. They communicate and they make tangible this experience of human exploration, this experience of learning about the solar system around us. These rocks have had a life of their own as they travel throughout the country and the world in exhibits where folks can come up and really lay hands on something that just 100 years ago, even less than that, would have just been unimaginable. But it really brings a reality to this program, and I think ultimately that's what those rocks, the effect that they have. I'm excited, and I know a lot of people at NASA are, about the Expo 2020 and NASA's participation there in Dubai. I think it's a great opportunity to talk about our past. It's a great opportunity to talk about where we are in space flight today, the growth of the commercial sector, the growth of international partners. And that's what it's going to take. It's going to take, as we go back to the moon with the Artemis program, to land the first woman and the next man on that surface, and then go on to Mars. Artemis is going to take a huge partnership. It's going to take a collective. When the astronauts from Apollo 11 returned from their mission in 1969, one of the things they did was they traveled the world in a great exposition in itself. And the thing that struck them the most was, as they traveled the world, was people came up to them and said, "We did it. Not America did it. Not America beat the Soviet Union, but that we did it." And I think that's what opportunities like this Expo do for us. It allows us to think about collectively what we can accomplish as a species and what might be ahead of us in exploration. As we go to Mars, think about the Perseverance rover that's gonna hopefully land on Mars in February of next year, and the great science that will be returned as part of that mission. Also, there's an international urgency to do that, to learn about that planet, and we hope that will be the case, and we look forward to hearing more about that. I know as a historian, it's an interesting job when you work at an agency where you can see these historical firsts continually being made as we move out beyond Earth and move out into the solar system. I know I look forward again, as many other people, to seeing what goes on in Dubai, and unfortunately we're met with a crisis with COVID-19, and it has limited our ability to participate as we would. But I think it's a perfect opportunity to think, to regroup, to think about the past, but then really express our desire to move forward into the future. And that's what I hope as the historian who will, and the people who will pass this history off to into the future. So thanks again for this opportunity. I'll look forward to seeing more from Dubai. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Ryan Ziegler, and I am the Apollo Sample Curator here at NASA Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. From 1969 to 1972, 6 Apollo missions landed on the moon, and the astronauts collected 382 kilograms of rock and soil, which we take care of here in the Curation Office at Johnson Space Center. Now, our job in the Curation Office is to maximize the scientific return from the Apollo samples now, while at the same time protecting the samples from contamination so that future generations of scientists will still be able to continue to study the samples. In order to protect the samples, the entire collection lives inside laboratories and vaults that are clean rooms. And within these clean rooms, the samples are stored and worked on only inside stainless steel glove boxes that are filled with ultra-pure dry nitrogen. We also only use tools made out of certain types of stainless steel, aluminum, and Teflon. All of this together keeps the samples as clean as possible and reduces any type of contamination that might interfere with the current or future scientific studies to a minimum. Now, over the past 50 years, scientists have performed over 3,000 different studies using the Apollo samples to make significant discoveries in fields as disparate as geology, biology, chemistry, engineering, astronomy, medicine, material science, and many others. There have literally been too many amazing discoveries to mention them all, but some of the most important things that the Apollo samples have taught us are things like that the moon formed through a giant impact into the Earth very early in the solar system's history. The Apollo samples have also helped us determine the ages of the surfaces of other planets in our solar system, like Mercury and Mars. Apollo samples have also helped determine that Jupiter and the other gas giant planets likely did not form where they currently are found in our solar system. And finally, the Apollo samples have even helped scientists search for life on exoplanets orbiting distant stars. Now, it's important to understand that the Apollo samples are still being actively studied, and they are still teaching us new things about the solar system. There are currently over 10,000 subsamples of the moon on loan to 145 different investigators in 16 different countries. Now, just last year, as part of the innovative Apollo Next Generation Sample Analysis Program, we opened one of the 6 remaining unstudied Apollo samples, and 9 teams of scientists, over 60 people from around the world, are currently studying that sample to learn more about the moon and also to get ready for the upcoming Artemis missions. Now, when the Artemis missions land the first woman and the next man on the moon in 2024, the samples they are going to bring back from the moon are likely going to revolutionize our understanding of the moon and the entire solar system. Now, you'll be seeing a basalt collected during the last Apollo mission, Apollo 17. During this mission, astronauts Gene Cernan, Jack Schmitt, and Ron Evans landed in the Taurus-Latrobe Valley at the edge of the Sea of Serenity. This valley is even deeper than the Grand Canyon, and the basalts they collected are over 3.8 billion years old, older than every rock at the surface of the Earth, except for like 2 places. Now, we are exceptionally excited to be able to take part in the USA Pavilion here at Expo 2020, and we really hope that you enjoy the Apollo sample and all the other NASA exhibits as well. Thanks so much.
I'm Wayne Monty, the FAA's Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation. My job is essentially to regulate the safety of the U.S. commercial rocket business, or more formally, ensure the protection of the public, property, and national security and foreign policy interests of the United States during commercial launch and reentry activities. Additionally, it's also part of my job to encourage, facilitate, and promote U.S. commercial space transportation. My office was established in 1984, and since that time, we've licensed over 400 commercial space activities. And even though we've seen some pretty spectacular launch anomalies, we have a perfect safety record protecting the public. We also have a perfect record of ensuring these commercial launches and their payloads can safely avoid other objects in space during launch and reentry using our collision avoidance processes. What an exciting time to be in this industry. We are seeing unprecedented increases in both complexity and cadence. And just one example, in 2010 and 2011, the FAA licensed a total of 5 commercial launches. In August of this year, we supported 5 commercially licensed launches in just a single month. We now have commercial companies flying rocket stages back and successfully landing them on land and sea as well. We have companies building rockets and engines using additive manufacturing. And most exciting of all is we now have commercial companies flying humans to space, both government astronauts and commercial spaceflight participants. Currently, they go for science, but very soon it will also be simply for the experience. And in the future, maybe even for point-to-point transportation. Wow, times are indeed changing. And speaking of using space for potential point-to-point travel, my office is also responsible for licensing spaceports in the United States. We currently have 12 licensed spaceports for vertical and horizontal launch and reentry activities. And like launch and reentry activities, this is also an area that we are actively working with our international partners, so we can have a common understanding of what it takes to have a safe operation with a minimum regulatory burden. Focusing for a moment on commercial human spaceflight activities, we are seeing an incredible change in how we get to space. NASA just completed certifying their first crewed mission on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket using a Dragon capsule. And as we all know, the mission was an incredible success. And going forward, these orbital missions will also be FAA licensed. We are also seeing companies like Virgin Galactic on the verge of enabling ordinary people like you and me the opportunity to go to space and potentially conducting hundreds of flights a year. Our job at the FAA is to keep these efforts safe. So where do we go from here? Any day now, our office will publish a completely new regulation for our industry. It combines and streamlines our 4 current launch and reentry regulations. It moves from a prescriptive to a performance-based approach to unleash innovation. And it allows for a single license to cover multiple launches from potentially multiple locations. This allows us to go from supporting dozens of launches a year to supporting hundreds of launches a year and reentries. And this will be the foundation for commercial companies to start pushing beyond Earth's orbit and going to the moon and beyond. Regulating safety only to the extent necessary will enable this industry to accomplish even more than we can currently imagine. And that is the FAA's commitment to this critical transportation sector. Wrapping up, it's hard to express how excited we are at the FAA to be a part of the USA Pavilion at Expo 2020 and to be able to represent space and specifically space transportation. Because let's face it, before you can do anything in space, you have to be able to get there safely. Thanks so much. And I hope you're as excited as I am about Expo 2020.
Hello, my name is Kevin O'Connell, and I'm the Director of the Office of Space Commerce at the U.S. Department of Commerce. The Office of Space Commerce has been in existence for over 30 years to advocate on behalf of the U.S. commercial space industry, as well as advocate for the growth of space commerce. The Department of Commerce is involved in space issues in so many different ways: advocacy, intellectual property protection, standards, spectrum, and of course, a wide range of issues that relate to how we will achieve the goal of the trillion-dollar space economy. We know that there are a handful of issues that are critical to achieving that goal. First, continuing entrepreneurship, which is so strong in the space arena. Second, the role of private finance and insurance. Third, regulatory reform. Fourth, talent. Let me spend a minute on this. We're going to need as much technical talent as we can possibly get our hands on. We also know we're going to need a very wide range of talent from all disciplines to achieve that trillion-dollar space economy. So that's very important to focus on. Another area that the department is increasingly involved is the issue of space safety and sustainability. Space Policy Directive 3 gave Commerce responsibility for transitioning conjunction notifications to private sector and international partners over the next few years. And we're very excited about that mission because we want to work with our private sector and international partners in order to accomplish that. And it is a key element of the growth of space commerce, keeping space safe and sustainable. Let me conclude by saying that we're very excited how much space will be a part of the USA Pavilion at Expo 2020, and we hope to see you there. Thanks very much.
We hope you've enjoyed this pre-Expo Space Week program, giving you a preview of one aspect of the US Pavilion. 50 years ago, at the World's Fair in Osaka, Japan, the United States Pavilion stole the show with its strong space focus, a star attraction being a 3.2 billion-year-old basaltic moon rock. We intend to build on our unique space and World's Fair's legacy at Expo 2020 Dubai, which will have its own must-see and must-touch elements. Our focus on space exploration to the moon and Mars and beyond will emphasize the cooperation among partners needed to continue this international endeavor. As we heard from the chief scientists of NASA, we will get there together. We look forward to continuing to work with all of you to deliver a successful Expo 2020 Pavilion, and we look forward to the opening celebration in 1 year's time. Thank you for joining us today.
For our final participant showcase of the day, we have Slovenia, which is home to a huge number of fast-growing players in the global space sector.
Živijo Slovenia, hello Expo, and hello world. I know these are strange times, and due to uncertain circumstances, Expo is postponed. But nevertheless, we are more than excited to be part of it in 2021 and also to be participating in virtual pre-events, launching us to the main highlight, the Expo 2021. I'm Wita Mavec, and I have the honor to introduce our charming and innovative country. We are Slovenia. Green, creative, and smart. A country of infinite opportunities, you will see. You will get to know our innovative, creative, and enthusiastic spirit within the next virtual minutes, especially on the field of ever-evolving space technologies. But before we launch ourselves to space, let's stay grounded and take a look and fall in love with our beloved green Slovenia.
Listen, traveler. It's too late to go back now. The forests have filled your lungs. Rivers run in your heart. You have set the course for the land so green and abound with unspoilt nature that you will never be the same. You have come to Slovenia. To live hand in hand with these natural riches is a deep-rooted gratitude locals feel every day. The respect for nature shows in the way we think, live, and do. Slovenia Green is a unique story and a great lesson in sustainability for the rest of the world. It began with a pledge to preserve the pristine nature for us and for you. We set out on a long, steep path and became active guardians of our natural heritage. Local communities and tourist providers have all come together to build a unique model of sustainability in tourism. Over a decade, we put together a visionary policy that nurtures everyone by the table. Today, we are one of the world's greenest destinations. We encourage you to visit us by train, bike, or on foot. on your way, you will come to understand why we included the right to clean drinking water in our Constitution. We believe in responsible observation of the mysterious wildlife. The inhabitants of our ancient forests can teach us all how important it is to protect our planet. When your step becomes heavy, it is time to rest. We think green accommodation should be as close to stars, birds, and trees as possible. We believe in the green inspiration. From one generation to another, from one traveler to another. It comes with a view that overwhelms. To know how to listen to a tree is for us a way of traveling too. You can never cross the same stream, walk the same forest path twice. Our commitment and enthusiasm for sustainable tourism have been contagious. Today we stand united, together with you, dear traveler, under the vision of Green Slovenia.
Yes, Slovenia is beautiful and green, but our vision and ambition is not limited to beauty itself. We are very curious people over here, and we've been space enthusiasts for a long time. Just to mention Herman Potočnik Nordung, who wrote a book about space travel and rocket engines already in 1928. And quite some time after that, in 2016 to be exact, we became associated member state of European Space Agency. The space sector is rapidly developing in Slovenia. There are many companies and institutions with their innovative solutions positioning themselves among global market leaders. On September 3rd this year, we achieved another success. Namely, the first 2 Slovenian satellites were successfully launched to space. More on that later, because now I would like to present the Minister of Economic Development and Technology, Mr. Zdravko Počivalšek, to share Slovenia's vision and ideas regarding space exploration.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my great privilege and honor to participate at the Pre-Expo Space Week and to have an opportunity to say a few words on this important occasion. I would like to thank the organizers for giving Slovenia a chance to present itself to this distinguished audience. The digital world is a world of opportunities without a doubt. It has significantly improved our lives. It makes it easier to trade and it opens new pathways for economic innovation. Important part of this digital world is space industry, a rapidly changing sector thanks to the technology innovation and most importantly to the vitality of a new generation of entrepreneurs. Slovenia has always recognized the importance of space and joined the European Space Agency in 2016 as an associate member. We are proud to be part of ESI and EU space activities. But our involvement in space is not something new. It began in 1928 when a Slovene known as Herman Potočnik Nordung published his book The Problem of Space Travel, the Rocket Motor. Nordung's book was an actual plan for a breakthrough into space and the establishment of a permanent human presence there. Following his lead, Slovenia believes that space offers lots of opportunities for smaller countries like ours and small and medium-sized enterprises. Enhancing support and inclusion of SMEs is extremely important to Slovenia because they are flexible and adaptable enough to immediately respond to new challenges with new products and solutions. We are happy to see Slovenia on the map of space economies, not only with the launch of our first satellites, but also with the impressive project being conducted here home. What gives us special pride is that these are recognized by ESA and other big players. I'm confident Slovenian space industry has the knowledge to become a successful global player. Money spent on the space industry is a good investment, also because of its significant spillover effects on almost all areas of life. A new space age is beginning, and we are ready to play our part in it. Let me conclude with a simple message. Slovenia has an outstanding reputation for innovation and creativity. We may be a bright star in space once, but we already have our very bright stars here on Earth. As shown by the second youngest cyclist to ever win the Tour de France, UAE Team Emirates leader, our own Tadej Pogačar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Počivalšek. Thank you so much for your enthusiastic words. And as you have heard, most of space-related innovations come from the private sector. And now it's time to get to know the Slovenian companies which are leading in the market with their excellent products and solutions. And I would like to greet Mrs. Tanja Permoser, who just joined me today in the studio. Tanja, hello.
Well, thank you, Mojca. Hello, thank you for that kind introduction.
And you will help me a bit to present all the companies. These are very exciting times for Slovenia. So what do you think of this today's topic?
Yes, I'm very proud to say that Slovenian companies are recognized as one of the most innovative small and medium-sized companies in the European Space Agency. And we have already seen some very efficient projects being conducted in Slovenia and that were recognized by European Space Agency and also with big players. Today, space activities are essential for innovations, for economic growth and for competitiveness. And our companies, Slovenia companies, are best example of how impact of space activities are a growing sector and how these activities can contribute to economic growth, to economy and society. And also, I'm very proud to report that we have taken all major steps for our companies to be competitive and to carry Slovenia deeper into space.
I just think it's amazing for such a small country, and we are talking about these topics and the space program as well over here. So let's start with Slovenia's latest achievement. This year, on September the 3rd, we have launched the first 2 Slovenian satellites into the orbit. And Tanja, how do you comment that achievement? It was amazing. It was so,
yes.
like, everybody was really...
Yes, it was indeed. But I have to say that this year was really an amazing year. We have many projects to be shown, but nothing compares to the historical successful launch of these 2 satellites. And these satellites will perform a variety of tasks in orbit, from Earth observation, climate monitoring, science, and as well as education. Of course, this is a magnificent success, and we are happy to see Slovenia on the map of space economies.
Let's take a look at the launch of NEMO HD satellite and more about Structure, the Slovenian Center of Excellence for Space Sciences and Technologies. Space SI is the Slovenian Center of Excellence for Space Sciences and Technologies that was established in 2010 by a public-private consortium to benefit from microsatellite technologies. The center's research and development activities are focused on micro and nano satellite platforms, an advanced ground control infrastructure, as well as satellite integration and testing facilities. Space SI has developed a high-precision interactive remote sensing satellite designed mission NEMO HD to acquire multispectral images and real-time high-definition video. Nemo HD has been launched on Vega VV16 launcher on 3rd of September 2020.
Now, when we have developed not only the satellite, but the complete system, including the ground station infrastructure, the data processing chain and laboratories, I'm very happy in working in this holistic environment.
SpaceSI has also developed a complete and fully automatic chain for processing from raw satellite data to web-delivered map-ready images, for many utilized through a dissemination platform Geopedia in real-life situations.
We have one of the most complete infrastructures in the region that can support development of microsatellite technologies.
SpaceSI is planning to develop new satellites with high resolution, participate in science missions, and wants to enter the expanding business in space economy with new products.
We are developing a combination of real-time video from space and multispectral images, which will generate many new opportunities. And we have targeted several interesting areas, but on the other hand, our platform will be open to globally for all the proposers that would like to develop new video markets that is not existing currently. I genuinely believe that there is a lot of space for space.
Well, Skylabs is the company that constructed the TRISAT satellite, and let's see who they really are. Skylabs company provides new innovative solutions and products in nano and small satellite industry by technology miniaturization, while still preserving fault tolerance in order to assure robustness and reliability as it is expected by much larger satellites. Skylabs company developed a small-scale fault-tolerant soft-core processor 5 years ago, the first such core in the EU, also addressing the European technology independence. Other innovative Skylabs solutions are also already equipping different constellation missions. 3 weeks ago, Skylabs became the first Slovenian company with its technology in space. TRISAT was successfully launched on Vega VV16 launcher on the 3rd of September 2020.
10 years of waiting, 10 years of dreams actually became reality for us. Now we have a knowledge, technology, we have also the first experience, so the universe is no longer a foreign environment for us.
Skylabs, together with the University of Maribor, is now building a new satellite called TRISAT-R, which is expected to travel 10 times farther into 6,000 distant Earth orbit, where the radiation will be several times higher.
For us, this presents another milestone, another huge milestone, because we want to show how reliable can be our platform, and we will actually be the first nanosatellite in MEO orbit.
Their success comes from the enthusiasm that their team was born with, as they recall memories from early mornings at a young age.
I was watching the stars, and at that time I was dreaming about the stars, how to acquire them. Not only me, but also my colleagues. The Skylabs team have similar dreams, and we joined the forces, and today we are a Skylabs company.
With Skylabs, Slovenia has a strong member in space exploration.
And I also believe that Slovenia is already a visible player in this space segment.
We've really seen smart and advanced technologies that are a result of Slovenian engineers, Tanja, and we really have plenty of experts in this country.
Yes, Mojca, indeed. We are known very well as of having a lot of space engineers, space experts that are recognized all over the world. And I must say that also our space experts have been employed within the European Space Agency, and this is really quite an achievement for such a small country as Slovenia is.
And it's nice to see more and more ladies as well in the team.
Yes.
Well, Devisoft is working with NASA since 2005, and let's see their story. Devisoft provides hardware and software for large-scale and complex systems, which have to be measured. In the last 20 years, Devisoft developed award-winning, powerful, yet easy-to-use base for all kinds of tests and measurement applications. DVSoft helps space technology engineers monitor and diagnose events in sensors on highly complex devices, where up to 2,000 channels need to be monitored simultaneously and 200,000 samples per second captured on a single channel. DVSoft provides hardware and software tools for complex solutions for data recording, tracking, model analysis, balancing, etc. DVSoft provides solutions that are used for several testing applications in aerospace or engine and component testing. They have been working with NASA since 2003 on the telemetry application.
Not only that, our systems are used for component testing, for test benches, as well as in the launcher platform all around the world.
Clients are important actors in the field of space from all around the world.
In US, we work with all the DoD ranges, with NASA, with SpaceX. In Europe, we work with European Space Agency, with DLR, and then in India, in China, in Japan, in Russia. So basically with all the big guys.
More promising opportunities come with DVSoft's vision.
Our vision is that our instruments will not only serve as the data acquisition, but also as a control real-time front ends.
The first installation of this kind on a big scale is already installed in French Guiana.
I think the team in our company is very dedicated and very passionate about the technology. Our passion reflects in all our instruments and solutions as well.
And another company, Balmar's vision is creating new products for space and aerospace, improving materials hand in hand with reducing cost and time. Balmar is a small privately owned SME from Celje, established in 2008. It provides services and R&D activities for space, aerospace, and automotive industry. Since 2011, Balmar has been actively involved into space industry in the area of advanced manufacturing, additive manufacturing with following expertise and activities.
We develop and manufacture different metal parts for structures of space vehicles like satellites or let's say big mirrors. And we also build parts for the propulsional systems, which are for the rocket engines.
In the beginning, Balmar started with aviation business and later got the chance to enter the space.
And we say, why not? Because this is almost the same, but only the altitude is different.
Balmar wants to continue building new parts for space missions, developing technology to build parts in space and repairing parts for space industry. Their vision and mission is to develop and manufacture parts with lower mass and the same strength.
This is extremely important for space industry because if we manage to reduce the mass, we manage to reduce the price of the products and the missions, consequently. And this is what actually everyone is looking for in this industry.
Balmar already established a great cooperation and close contact with ESA, but wants to create new business partners in the future.
To be present in different space missions, we need strong partners, and we would like to be more present or more involved with bigger companies like Airbus, like Boeing, like NASA.
It is an industry with a lot of challenges, but Balmar thinks Slovenia needs to take part in it.
We have a lot of knowledge, also very rich heritage in this area, and we are enough crazy to be part of this industry.
Well, control systems for space technologies are developed by COSILAB, and they are proud to be recognized as a trustful partner by ESA. COSILAB is the world's leading provider of control systems for the most complex machines: nuclear accelerators, optical and radio telescopes, fusion reactors, cancer therapy systems, and much more. With more than 200 experts, they're bringing their excellent knowledge from the world's biggest scientific project like ALMA and ITER into the space sector. They have finished the first project for ESA ISTEC. In the beginning, they oriented into the ground station segment, where they are contributing to the operation of EGS-CC, which is the infrastructure to support space systems, monitoring and control in pre- and post-launch phases for all mission types. They're proud to be recognized by ESA as a trustful and competent partner.
This
are very proud of our team who is working in this field. Even though that space is a new segment for COSILAB, they are showing that we are capable to understand our customers and deliver advanced solutions to ESA. For the future, we are planning to extend our collaboration with ESA and start to develop solutions for the flight segment.
They also plan to collaborate with NASA and other big players from the space segment. COSILAB is pushing science to its limits, and they can contribute a lot with their expert knowledge in the space segment. For the employees, space is their passion.
That's why this work is making them happy, and our vision is that our employees are happy.
They're also constantly striving to be better and to contribute even more to the space sector, thus making Slovenia even more recognized in the space community.
Slovenian researchers and industries has an excellent knowledge and a lot of passion in the field of space. We had already achieved a lot, and we can be very proud about that.
But it's not all about outer space. It's also how we use space technologies on our planet. And we have a couple of very good examples as well in Slovenia. Tanya, don't we?
Yes, indeed, Mojca. And Slovenia has recognized the importance of Earth observation for its economical and societal beneficence. And data used from space is very successfully and increasingly used in public services, such as spatial monitoring, spatial planning, environmental monitoring, and is also used in other sectors like energy and agriculture. And if I may, Mojca, space is today recognized as the industry of the future.
Well, Synergize built an award-winning satellite imagery processing services running in the cloud. Let's check this out. Synergize is a geographic information system company building large turnkey geospatial systems in the fields of cloud GIS, agriculture and real estate administration. It was established in 2008 to develop enterprise-level solutions for managing spatial data, especially for support and land administration and agriculture processes.
Our feet are strongly on the ground since the very beginning. However, when we realized the value of the data that's being available but not used, we thought that we have to do something about it, and then we did.
Synergize built a Copernicus Masters award-winning satellite imagery processing services running in the cloud Sentinel Hub. Sentinel Hub is a cloud-based API providing instant access to petabytes of satellite data globally, used by tens of thousands of people every month and processing more than 500 million of requests every month. The Sentinel Hub is not just a good technology demonstration and a good business case, but also an essential contribution to fighting climate change, as it is raising awareness about the environment, providing daily insight in the state of our planet to every person with internet and a web browser.
The climate change is probably one of the most important things that it's affecting all of us, and being able to see really what's happening on a daily or weekly basis throughout the planet, that's something that is really powerful. And I believe that we are kind of changing the ways how people understand the processes in the world.
Their next challenge is how to automatically extract information from satellite data.
Slovenia, like our company, is a tiny piece in the mosaic. That being said, with 250,000 of requests being processed every month, the impact of our work is being felt throughout the world. And people might not know that we are coming from Slovenia, but they certainly feel it.
And let's look at another company that works in the field of geoinformatics and spatial analytic solutions, Geocodis. Geocodis is a private SME specialized in geoinformatics and spatial analytic solutions. Geocodis started as a provider of quality of services platform for mobile phone industry, especially focused on visualization and monitoring of important key performance parameters. They use space technology and spatial data to explore Earth and to provide important solutions to their customers and provide them useful data of water bodies, land cover changes, build-up areas and other. Geocodis is present in several African countries, Uganda, Kenya and Rwanda, with web-based and mobile solutions that monitor accessibility and reliability of piped water systems in rural environments.
We would like to use the satellite imagery to detect changes in build-up areas and combine them with existing water bodies data that will help Ministry of Water and Environment to make better plans to better invest their yearly budget.
In the field of Earth observation, Geocodis developed and maintains portal for the detection and analysis based on Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 images. In future, they plan to expand their services.
We would like also to integrate our services to new areas, to new projects, which we did not start yet. At the moment, we integrate them into water sector, but I know there is plenty opportunities for them, but we need time.
Geocodis is on a mission to take care of our planet.
As a responsible adult, we have to use all possible technology and experiences that we have to preserve planet Earth as a green, beautiful planet. That's because this is the only planet we have.
Last but not least, we have a company which produces radomes that protect transportable antenna systems, and it's also exploring constructions of habitats on Mars. Duol. Duol is the global leader in the field of air-supported structures technology, and they have two excellent space-related references.
Vision for this our space exploration came from our experience. You cannot explore space if you haven't state-of-art technologies. And 30 years of experience in this our field, it is enough that now we can with proud say we are ready to do this.
The first one represents radomes, envelope protection for antenna systems. Radome protects antenna systems while providing outstanding electromagnetic transmission performance throughout a broad range of frequencies. It improves pointing and tracking accuracy and extends system operation time to 24/7, regardless of weather conditions. Protected from the environment, radome extends the component lifetime, reducing maintaining costs for the antenna system. Radome can operate in extreme weather conditions and is equipped with an innovative solution for supervision and automation. Second one is maybe even much more important, or as they say,
Duol is already on the way to Mars.
They are developing habitats on Mars, which is a project in cooperation with the American Space Agency and the UK universities.
If we are talking about the space technologies, then for sure this is just first step. It's the beginning of this development.
The future of Duol is bright as well for Slovenia.
This is beginning. Now it's already, we can recognize that partnership in European Space Agency was an excellent move. More and more each day we are working with the space, and if Slovenia it's nowadays known as a small and a beauty country, I am absolutely confident that in the nearest future it will be known also with significant contribution to the space exploration.
What an amazing collection of visionary companies we can be extremely proud of, and proud, of course, of our Slovenian knowledge. And Tanya, thank you for your company as well today.
Thank you, Mojca, for giving me the opportunity to present Slovenian companies and to meet them next year at the Expo.
Well, enough of space traveling for now. Back to planet Earth, because let's talk about pure nature. Let's talk about sustainability and innovation. And I have a lovely lady waiting for you. She's the State Secretary at the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, Ms. Suderman, and she will be inviting you to Slovenia's pavilion at Expo 2021.
For Slovenia, World Expo in Dubai represents a great opportunity to showcase how our cutting-edge smart and green technologies together with Slovenian creative talent can contribute to a better and more sustainable world. It also gives us an opportunity to put Slovenia on a global map, representing the country as a relevant and reliable business partner and attractive destination to visit and explore. We are thrilled to see the world finally coming together and start creating new businesses and personal connections. Slovenia's pavilion will provide a unique experience to its visitors to feel and discover in person how our country, by its way of living, and our businesses with cutting-edge solutions can contribute to global goal of sustainable business, industries, and living. Slovenia's pavilion wants to become a hub for businesses, connections, and an inspiration for visitors. Come and visit our Green Heart of Europe near the entrance of Sustainability section.
My first experience of Slovenia was so much more than I expected. Now that I've been here a few times, I know it might be small in size, but it's big in its achievements. Now I know Slovenia's economy is green, its people are creative, and their technological solutions are smart. Slovenia, a land of infinite potential with fantastic opportunities. Which one will you take?
Well, thank you, Mrs. Suderman. And we all invite you to feel Slovenia as well. We are preparing more interesting content during this year, leading to Expo 2021. And be sure that you don't miss our pavilion. We guarantee you will have a unique experience to really feel Slovenia and get to know all true Slovenia's potential. Thank you for being with me today, and see you soon.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you have enjoyed these 2 days as much as we have here in the UAE and at Expo. So many friendly faces from around the world, so much exciting content, and so much potential for future shared accomplishments. At this point, we will finish our event with a quote from Her Excellency Riem El Hashmi, Director General of Expo 2020 Dubai and the UAE Minister of State for International Cooperation.